Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to West Van Secondary School here. My name is Paul Eberhard. I'm the Vice Principal for the Academy programs here in West Van, and I am very excited to be bringing you our live webcast of our Return of the Robots Mechatronics Robotics Tournament. This tournament features over 100 teams, which is likely making it the largest tournament ever held in BC. We have teams from all over British Columbia. I'll go over our list a little bit later. We also have some teams from Alberta that made the trip out. Right now, you are watching preliminary round action. I believe we are on qualification number 40. Just about getting ready to start. We also, in addition to this gym here where we have 4 fields, as you can see, we have a second gym up behind us. We have another 4 fields in that one too. So it is a busy, busy day here with, as I said, over 100 teams competing. My name is Paul Eberhard. Happy to bring you this exciting action. First time we've done this live web stream. So happy that SportsCanada.TV, Choyle Brown here producing the show for you guys today. We hope you really enjoy it. Now, when it comes to robotics expertise, you will not be getting it from me. I'm relatively new to robotics, learning it as fast as I can, but we'll be having various other people up here to talk about it, the matches and the strategies, including our own head coach for our Robotics Academy here in West Van, the godfather of robotics, Mr. Todd Ablett. He'll be joining me shortly to help explain what's going on here in all this madness. And we'll also have other people, including players and other coaches and judges, to come illuminate us a little bit about what is a very, very exciting and cutting edge. All the kids are excited about STEM and about the robotics opportunities. Just to give you a little background, here in West Vancouver, we're very proud of the fact that we have over 17 different academies that we run for all of our high schools: Rockridge Secondary School, Sentinel Secondary School, and of course West Van Secondary School. Our Robotics Academy is our biggest one with over 120 students enrolled in it. They come from all 3 of the schools. We have a common block in the afternoon to accommodate all of our academies. So kids have a chance to pursue their passion in whatever it is they like. And they get bused to the various sites where our academies take place. As I said, our Robotics Academy is taking place right here at West Vancouver. And the opportunity to compete in whatever they want. Okay, looks like we're just about to get started here with qualification 42. This first round is called the autonomous round, where they're just looking to get points in a quick 15-second blurb. After the beginning of that, then the teams will compete. As you can see here for Team Blue, the blue squad in this qualification match is 8938C and 1010W. Those are the 2 teams that have teamed up for the blue squad. And for the red squad, just wait to see if that young man will move out of the way of the screen. Looks like we have another 1010 team. They're 10012Y, and they're partnered up with 10012C. Again, when Todd gets up here, we'll explain the meaning of these different numbers. So right now, these teams are competing to stack their cubes. There is a total of 66 potential cubes that are available for points. And they will work together as a team to stack in their red area or their blue area. And also points are available for stacking in the cylinders in the middle. There's just over 30 seconds to go in this qualification 42. None of them have got their corner stacks really. That's usually one of the strategies you'll see is getting all the high stacks in the corners, but looks like these 2 teams are competing right now for the cylinders. And you can see we just had a knockout there. That is allowed. When you stack them in your corners, you can't interfere with those, but you are allowed to knock out of the cylinders. And you see there's 5 seconds left. He just missed on that one. There's one more on the far side. And it's resting on the top, and it got knocked off right at the buzzer. That will not count. Now you see, of course, all the officials standing around the ring in the stripes. Now they're going to start counting up in terms of the numbers. And scorekeepers will count. Again, we'll tell you a little bit more detail about the rules and how it's going to work in terms of points. The score there was 15-6. It looks like Team Red was able to beat the blue squad 15-6 in that qualification match. Now you'll see them retrieve their robots back out of the ring, and then our field setters will jump in there and reset the field. It's quite a complicated field this year with all the cubes they have to replace. But they will get in there and reset them in a minute. Okay, now they're going to get in there and reset the field. So qualification 44 is now happening next door. You can see we have four. You can see we have four rings going on at the same time, and we're going to try to get over to qualification 44. Just we got to clear a little bit of traffic. Just trying to clear up a little bit of the congestion there so we can get over and catch part of qualification 44. So our camera's just maneuvering over there now. You can see we've already got one big stack in the red corner. Now there's the Blues trying to catch up. They're heading over to their corner to see if they can get their stack up. They got 30 seconds, lots of time, no need to panic. A second stack is going up in the red corner. Wow. They've now got the second stack up. And as you can see on the close side of the camera, there's a third stack there. That would be a huge number of points if they were able to have those stand. They've got the 3 stacks now. And now they're working on getting their cylinders filled up in the middle. That'll actually be one of the highest scores I've seen yet today. If there goes the buzzer, and they got 3 full stacks up. I can't quite count them, but that could be a 33, which will be one of the highest scores of the day. And it looks like that is Team 7K and Team 9181X, I believe, if I'm reading that right, who have combined for that. They're just totaling up the scores. That's a lot of points. I think that's definitely one of the higher scores we've seen today. So you can see it's nonstop action here as we're getting the scores tallied up for here. Then next door, qualification 46 is getting ready on field 3. Field 2 is just being totaled up, and then field 1 has a match going as well. So there's always 2 matches going at the same time. And so fields 1 and 2 will alternate, and fields 3 and 4 will alternate. This way we get everybody through quickly. After the 80th, there's going to be 80 rounds of qualification. Again, this is a massive tournament. There'll be 80 rounds of qualification, and then they will go to their alliances for the playoffs. Okay? I didn't get a final score tally over there. Oh. I'll have to check on that. I'm going to need some expertise. Hopefully Todd will be here in a minute to help me explain the numbers. All I know is if you get 3 towers up in the corner, no one's going to probably beat you. That's very impressive. I think we're getting almost ready now for qualification 46.
When you see that graphic up there, we have a graphic too.
So we're just getting ready for qualification 46. If you also notice sort of behind, if you see the trophies there in the middle and the screens in the media wall, behind that is what we call our pit area. We have over 50 teams back there. They have their pit area. They all have a table. And what you don't see is the craziness that goes on back there. After their matches, they tinker with the robots. They change the wheels. They fix the gears. They look to program things. A lot of tweaking goes on in between rounds. So after they've done one, they're ready to get the next. Okay, it looks like Autonomous is going to start now for qualification 46. And Autonomous scores are done, and I'm guessing it's going to be a tie. That's quite frequently Autonomous is just a tie at the end because it's not a real rigorous test for them. All right, now the match is going. As you can see, their goal is to get as many of these cubes up as possible and then get to stacking them. You can see our blue squad in the corner there, 98549W, teamed up with 77174A. They're trying to get over the corner. You also notice that you have the red robot there. See how it's blocking? It's preventing. That is legal. You are allowed to block. It's a defensive move. You try to prevent them from getting their corner, but once they get to the blue padded area, you cannot stop them. So they're just playing total defense. That robot there is a defensive robot. It's not trying to pick anything up. It's just trying to block as best as it can, 98549, and it's doing a pretty good job of it so far. See if he can sneak around it. He's trying. Giving it a good push. Remember, he can't go in the blue area. And it looks like he's going to make it over there. Yeah, a lot of hard work there from 98549W, but they did make it, and they're going to get a stack up in the corner as they're being blocked by 98549Z. And unfortunately, when they try to get their stack up, and this is one of the problems that happens, if you're not careful with it, you knock it all down, all those points are not going to count now. Okay, there's 15 seconds left here. See if they can get last few points. He's trying again to get that corner stack up. On the other side of the ring, they're trying to get the points in the cylinder. He's going to get it, not going to get it in time, as there goes the buzzer. So that was a much lower scoring match. A lot of defense involved in that match for sure. Now, as you see all these funny numbers that are associated with these teams, this is how we keep track of the teams in robotics. All of our West Van, the majority of our West Van Academy, are all going to be 10-10. We're also known as 10-ton robotics. So, for example, here's some of the schools we have participating. We have the Robo Savages. They're Gladstone Secondary School. We have Robo Planets taking part. They're from Richmond. As I mentioned, the 10-ton robotics, that's our West Vancouver Academy School teams. We got a team from Vancouver Island, Claremont Robotics, Claremont Secondary School. From Surrey, from the community school in Surrey, we have Kraken Robotics. Enver Creek Secondary from Surrey, also here. Fraser Heights from Surrey, also here. From Port Moody, we have Heritage Woods. Vancouver, we have Crofton House Private School. They're here. Also from Delta, Seaquam Secondary taking part in this tournament. West Vancouver, we have Collingwood. We have a team from Airdrie, Alberta called 7K Robotics. Airdrie, Alberta in the house. Robo Planets, I mentioned, from Richmond. David Thompson Secondary School from Vancouver. Fraser Heights Secondary School from Surrey. And from Windsor, over in North Vancouver, we have Marvel Robotics. St. George's, the Saints Robotics. St. George's High School, they're here. Terry Fox Secondary School, also from Port Coquitlam. And we got Burnsview from Delta. So as you can see, we have a huge variety of teams from all over the place. And they all have a numbered designation. So as I said, when you see these 10-ton teams playing, you're going to see they're all going to have the designation of 1001 or 1010. The Burnsview teams, they're 98549. Robo Savages, the Gladstone teams, they're 2A, 2J, 2U, okay? And on it goes. So each of these schools, the Siakam, for example, is 9181 is their designation. So teams all know each other by their number designation. And and as you see, we have a huge variety of teams from all over the Lower Mainland. We have some Vancouver Island teams and a few from Alberta. Okay, we're now getting up to match 48. I think we're over now showing match 48, just starting. All these matches are a minute 45. They do 15 seconds of the autonomous, followed by a minute 45, so 2 minutes. So this match over here, we have now quick stack already up from our red team, which is 2U and 2A. So these are the Gladstone teams, I believe. And they got a big stack going, trying to get over to that corner. Looks like they're going to get that one up. See how, though, he's being very careful, not wanting to rush it. The last thing you want to do is get that full stack up on your robot and then rush it into the corner and have it tip over. Those cubes fall out of the field of play. They are no longer in play, and you lose all those points. But he successfully got that one stacked. Now he's going to go digging for more. Getting a stack started here. He just dropped it. I'm going to have to try to restack those. Still has lots of time, 45 seconds left. But the Gladstone teams are doing a very good job of, see how quickly they're able to pull theirs up? You know, the detail that goes into how they make their robots and how they tweak them and make them work and learn from each tournament to make them better. And here goes, I believe our Gladstone group's going to get their second tower up now. Again, you got to be careful because you don't want to knock them over or all that hard work is wasted. Oh, he's struggling a bit with this one. No. Yeah, he lost one out of the bottom. See if he tries to get it back up again. Oh, no, he's going to dump them all. Okay, that's a shame. He had a chance to get those points, but now he's no chances. There's only 3 seconds left. And that's going to do it for match 48 here in the Empire Gym. There's a Star Wars theme here, Return of the Robots. I can offer no assistance or help on anything Star Wars related. I know nothing about Star Wars. Can't help you. I know it's embarrassing to be in this gym and environment and not know Star Wars. But Todd will be able to help you out. The other gym's got a name. What would another Star Wars name be there, Troy? This is the Empire Gym. What would the other one be? Huh? I'll find out. I got to know. I don't know my Star Wars. I've never seen it. It's embarrassing. It goes back to when I was a kid. I made a pact with my best friend that we would not see it. And to this day, neither of us have. Any of them. But I digress. Okay, so it looks like our final score in that was 14-10 for the Robo Savages from Gladstone over Burnsview and St. George's Saints. Hey, guys, what's the other gym called? This is the Empire. You know what that was called? Rebel. Just checked in with one of the kids to find out the other gym is called the Rebellion. Asked me how I didn't know that. I didn't want to go into the explanation. But, yes, this is the Empire Gym, and we have the Rebellion Gym going on behind us. Once again, welcome to SportsCanada.TV's first ever broadcast of robotics competitions. This is a massive robotics tournament that we are proud to host here in the West Van School District with our West Van Mechatronics Robotics Academy. The amount of work that goes into some of this is just unbelievable. Yesterday we had hundreds of kids and parents volunteer, tarping the whole gym, setting up all the fields, all the areas where the pit goes, where all the tables go, all this stuff. Okay. And now we got qualification 50 going on. Okay. And this is a big match here. They got massive stacks going already. Very aggressive as you've got the blocking robots trying to prevent them from getting to their corner spots. All right, looks like 1010N is going to get a nice stack up in there, first corner blue. And, a little bump action there from collision as 1010, even though they're the same robotics program, they're competing against each other with their teams right now. 1010N has recovered, and it looks like they got a healthy stack up in the corner. 10-10 Z also trying to get one of, oh, but they've had a bit of an accident there. They dropped them. 10-10N very aggressively going after cubes again, just getting a huge stack as they're going to get over to their corner too. And they're going to get a second stack. Oh, they dropped one, but they still have a pretty good stack going. Oh, now they're stuck on the side. They got to be careful. They got off of it. They're going to try to get that second stack up in the corner. Now it's going to be precarious because you see that green stack on the top is almost gone. Let's see if they do it. Oh, beautiful job by 10-10N as they get that up. You got 10-10Z in the middle busy picking up cubes and getting them in the cylinders. They've done a good job of that. They actually got all four in. And they missed one right there at the buzzer. That was a pretty good match there as 10-10N did a great job focusing on their corner stacks and getting them up. Well, like I said, welcome to the return of the Robots here live from West Vancouver Secondary School. Over 100 teams taking part in the largest robotics competition in BC. These teams will be competing all year long at various sites. Enver Creek hosted a tournament earlier. Gladstone hosted a tournament. Collingwood, they host them on Vancouver Island. One of the objections these teams are all trying to do at this time is to qualify for the BC Championships. The BC Championships will be taking place here again. We'll be hosting them here at West Van. After the teams qualify to the BCs, they then compete to try to qualify for the World Championships. Those take place in Louisville, Kentucky. I had the honor to go last year with our 10-ton teams, and what an experience that was. Just an amazing experience. Teams from all over the world, Japan, China, Russia, the U.S., and what an amazing competition that is. Hopefully we'll be lucky enough to maybe qualify a few more of our teams to be able to take part in that competition again this season in March, April of 2020. Looks like the final score was 65-12. A big score, as I said, 10-10N got those two massive stacks up in their corners. All right, looks like our camera's going to head over now for qualification 50. This is going to be 10-ton robotics along with 134.6A. They're going to compete against Frank Hurt and another 10-ton team, 10-10. And no, actually, sorry, that's the match that just took place. So just waiting to get that next match up on the screen as they're getting the field set over there. As I said, there's 4 fields going on at once here, so we're just getting ready for our next match. So right now, to my left, we also have another qualification rounds going. And these matches are 2 minutes in length, and they get them through very, very quickly. Referees do an awesome job of controlling the match, and then we have counters to make sure we get an accurate score. And also, we have a lot of elementary school students from all of our elementary schools who volunteered as field setters. So you'll see them quickly scurrying in there to stack all the cubes and get them in the right starting spots because, of course, the match can't start until everything is properly set. Looks like we just got a bit of a pause over on field 4 right now. The referees, you can actually see them. You can't see them on screen, but they're actually together right now, I think, just trying to straighten out the tally from the last match, make sure they got it correct. They also have to look for rules infractions and things that might happen because there are some possibilities where disqualifications take place. Again, once we get Todd Ablett up here, he'll be able to give you far more details than I am about how the intricacies of this game work. Yes, there seems to be an issue right now for field 4, which is where our camera is see the head referee standing at the back there. He's just trying to check on some things. So they're going to make sure before they start that they get all that correct so there's no issues once the match starts. As I was mentioning before, here in the West Van School District, we have our academy programs. This is obviously our robotics, our biggest academy we have. But we also offer lots of other opportunities for kids out here. We have volleyball, basketball, rugby, soccer, baseball, hockey, ballet, dance, kickboxing. We have an environmental science academy. We have an animation academy. We love it when kids are able to pursue their passions in school. And there's a lot of passion in this room right now, as you can see. All right, it looks like qualification 52 now is about to get ready. Okay, they've now started their match. We've got, looks like a Robo Savages team, 98549. Oh, no, that would be, I'm going to have to check my list. That's not Robo Savages. 2J, that's Robo Savages from Gladstone. The 98549, that would be a team from Burnsview. As looks like our blue team has got a nice stack in the corner there. That's Burnsview, along with team 7K, which is 7K Robotics. That's our team from Alberta, from Airdrie, Alberta, 7K, going up against 2J, which, as I mentioned, is one of our Robo Savages team, I believe, from Gladstone. And they're partnered up with 8938C. And my apologies, I can't find 8938C. Oh, there they are. That's the Crofton House team, also known as the Ivy Bots. So we got a double tower in the corner for our blue squad. And now they're working on getting the cylinders filled in the middle. Looks like they're going to try to get a stack up in the corner, see if they have time. They're running out of time. They've only got 5 seconds. I don't think they're going to make it. They're going to waste that whole stack and stuck in the middle of the field, and they are. So that looks like that's going to be a fairly convincing victory for Blue Squad. All right, I'm just going to take a short little break here, and I'm going to go get our godfather of robotics, Mr. Ablett, up here. He's going to help me out for the next little bit, next few qualification matches. So right now we're on qualification 54. We're going to get to 80 qualification matches, and then after the 80th one, that'll be when we'll have a break where teams will select who they are going to alliance with, and then we will move into our playoff round at that time. All right, I'll be right back with you in a couple minutes. Hey, Todd. Gentlemen, I'm back. Paul Eberhardt with you once again, and as I promised, I always deliver. I have brought to you the godfather of robotics here in British Columbia, Mr. Todd Ablett. Todd, welcome.
Thank you, Paul.
I've been doing a very rudimentary explanation of how this works, but we're going to need a lot more detail and understanding from you because that's what you do. So we've been able to watch quite a few of the matches. I was explaining to the viewers how the numbers work, that every sort of school is associated with a number. How does that come about, or how does that kind of work?
There's two main ways. It's sort of time of registration when they started in it. So, we even have some two numbers here.
So that would be like the Gladstone teams, which you, of course, started.
Yeah, so that's part of the reason why the Godfather part, right? Not the other type of Godfather. The starting all kinds of teams. So that we did that a lot of years ago, about 15 years ago. And you'll see some 5-digit teams, and so those are within the last few years, right? The host team here, 1010 Robotics, they're slightly unusual in the sense they were named for a pre-existing team. A teacher that worked here, Gord Trousdale, he passed away with brain cancer, and then when I started here, I went and resurrected the name and asked Vex, and they said, yep, let's do it.
It's a great tribute. That's awesome. So we've been going through our qualification matches, and as I was explaining, we're going to get to 80, correct? And after
84,
80,
yep.
Okay, so and then after that last qualification match, maybe just explain a little bit about how it works then with alliances and how then the playoffs will work.
Yeah, it's a bit unusual from other sports because what's going to happen is a robot is going to be allowed to pick anyone as a partner. It doesn't have to be from your school or your province, heck, at this place. But so what will happen is the teams actually have some kids that are scouting and watching what the other robots do. As you notice, they're kind of building stacks in the corner, and they're also doing towers. They may just get two robots that are both good at what they're doing, or one that's amazing at towers and amazing at stacks, and put them together. So what happens though is what the round robin does, it decides their ranking order. So it's just like any other sport, wins, losses, and ties, right? But then there's also something called autonomous. If you notice that first 15 seconds.
Yeah, maybe explain that a bit, because I know I did a bad job of explaining what that was.
No, it's, again, unusual it's specific to robotics. I mean, I played all the sports and even did some motorbike racing, and there's nothing like this, right? So the first 15 seconds, the robots are designed by the kids. Some teams don't do anything. They're not willing to risk their robot on autonomous and have something break. Other times, they'll do they'll shove a cube in a corner, score a point. There's others that are trying to stack 4 or 5. But whoever gets the most points during that autonomous time gets a 6-point bonus. If they both get the same level, whether it's a tie of 0 or a tie of 4 or something, they both get 3 points and an extra cube to play. There's only these 2 extra purple cubes.
Yeah, I noticed the purple cubes that the referee would hand them to the team after that autonomous.
Yeah, so if you manage to win, you get both, and you can put them in once the game starts. You put them against the side of the field, and your robot is most likely going to get them. So there's just a minor advantage there too, but it's really the 6 points, because if you noticed, we're looking across qualification match 55. There was 32 to 26. Red got close on that because they got the 6 points. Otherwise, they're 32 to 20.
Right. So
that made that match a lot closer. And besides the autonomous point thing you'll see in the rankings, there's something called it's called various things, but basically it's the S points. And what the S points do is they decide if you play a really good match but lose by a point or two, you'll be further up the rankings than a team that just completely gets blown out.
So even though you lost, because you were more competitive, then that will help you when you do the rankings.
And they have a really simple way to do it. I haven't seen another sport. I've kind of seen it in some hockey stuff where you're doing goals against. So what they do for this is all the teams get the losing team's score. So if you beat someone 100-1, you're only going to get 1 point. If you beat them 100-99, everyone gets 99 points, because that was obviously a much harder match.
Okay.
And a higher scoring match.
Right.
So that way you'll see teams come up the ranking a bit based on their S points, right? So
now, what is the maximum number of points a team could get in this year's version of the game?
Well, technically you could have some sort of multiple, because there's 66 cubes.
Okay.
And then there's the equivalent of 7 towers, but one of them is not yours. So you could maybe, if you played it all by yourself, about 7 times 66, which no one's going to get.
Right.
You know, because you'd have to have towers immensely high. But that said, we did see a match earlier on here by a team from 10-ton and one from Burnsview, who made 3 stacks of 11 in their zone.
Yeah, I saw that one, yeah.
So what's interesting about that means there's 33 they've scored, The other team and the tower is only 33. You can't basically, if you manage to pick 11 of each color, there's 3 colors. If you had 11 of each color, they can't beat you.
Right, impossible.
No matter what they do, you've countered it, right? So there's teams trying to go for that. Now, what we'll see as we go on, and especially towards the end of playoffs and stuff, we'll see what we call a starvation or a hoarding game. So we'll see teams stacking as quick as they can, and then suddenly what they'll do is they'll go and they'll try to pick up the cubes the other guy's trying to score and just leave them in the robot. So they'll try to make
do that
3
to prevent the other team from getting
scoring. Yeah, so
interesting, and that's legal.
That's completely legal. Now the other teams, if they bump into you and knock a few of the
They're
cubes
allowed
out,
to do that, right?
They're allowed to do that, right? So it gets more interesting. I've seen a match where these last about minute 45. I've seen a match go down to the first minute and have almost all the cubes either scored in towers or placed in towers, scored in stacks, or in a robot. All 66, and it's just like now they start jostling for little positions around towers and stuff, and there's a lot of math going on because you've got to count all these things. So
now I see this qualification 54 just finished. We just watched that one.
Yep.
Now tell me about that score. Like I haven't seen a score like that today. 72-0.
72-0. So what may have happened is you may have had 2 robots completely fail.
Right. Which if that happens, then there's nothing they can do, right?
Yeah, and see, in other past years, the other team might have gone and scored a few points for them just to not have a 72-0.
Right.
But the problem is the rules this year, if you even accidentally, if you score in their zone, you're going to get a DQ for it. So because they don't want you throwing. Yeah, you could get DQ'd
so you
for
could
helping
be up huge and then try to help them and then lose.
So
okay.
In past years, we get a little bit of, hey, we're ahead 72-0.
We'll help you out. Right.
We're not going to stand in your way, score a few points. But now if you accidentally score a point in, especially in the corners, you could be DQ'd because you can't go in there. And just like there's one tower that's specifically per team, you can't score on the other team's towers. So
now the cylinders. What's the official term for those? I didn't know.
Those are towers.
Towers,
okay. Yeah, so that's why it's called tower takeover.
So the towers where they put the cubes, those are open game though, right? Like if someone puts one in there, the opponent cannot try to knock it out. Right?
The only exception is there's 2 closest to the audience, one red, one blue.
Right.
And that's for the red
and those are designated.
Those are designated. You can't score in them or de-score it.
Okay. Right. Now, is the larger tower in the middle worth more points?
No. Same number of points. It's just a higher standard. The game, so there is a game design committee that goes through all this stuff, and they try to make a game. If you notice, some of the towers, there's 3, I think, a little lower, or 4 a little lower, 2 a little higher, and then 1 really high. And what they're trying to do is make it so there's a way to differentiate between beginning teams, medium teams, and really expert teams.
Right. Okay, now it looks like we got qualification 59 going here in field number 2. We got both have a stack in their corners. It looks like.
Yeah, well, we got, and you notice one team did all the greens in that corner, right? So what they're going to try to do, but you notice then there's some orange in the towers. So depending on the orange versus the green, the orange is managing to dominate the towers. So in other words, blue's probably trying to, I don't know, can I see one more tower? Yeah, no, it's they got it for sure. So they just decided to go for the orange because they were easy. They were far enough ahead. And what they also did, if you look careful, the Blue Alliance that lost that, they do have a few orange cubes. So what they were doing is they were help raising their own SP points. They were intelligent enough to go.
So they knew they were going to lose.
No,
but they were trying to improve.
Red knew it was going to win.
Okay, yes.
They had all those greens, so if they were close, they'd have probably scored nothing but green towers.
Okay.
But they went, wait, we got a good lead here. So what we can do is we can put a few orange ins, and that's how the score. Oh, okay. And so in that point, there's also a DQ now.
Okay, maybe explain that to our viewers. Yeah.
So there's a lot of ways to this is like a motorsport, right? There's a lot of ways to get a DQ. I didn't remember seeing what happened there, but the most often the DQs are for running into a robot that's completely in a protected zone or a scoring zone.
And the protected zone would be the red and the blue in the corner. Those zones,
the far things you see on the far side of your camera there and on the top right and left. Those are the goal zones that are further away from us here on the camera. And if the robot's in there scoring and you drive into them, you can get a DQ. The other way to
would the refs give you a warning if you went in there like accidentally, or is it like they kind of give you a break on that?
Yeah. So what the referees do here? I mean, the refs realize they're educators too.
Yeah.
And so especially for junior teams, they'll be saying, that's a warning. You got to watch. You got to. Once it's egregious or maybe match affecting is the terms they use. If you drive in and smash their whole tower, a whole stack of cubes over and everything, no, you've lost the match and you're DQ'd, right? But no, there is a fair bit of education going on, like any referee in any sport does, because the other unusual thing here is we have middle school and high school mixed at this event. There are some only high school events and only middle school. This one's specifically mixed, so you have anywhere from grade 8s to grade 9s to grade 12s playing each other. So some of the grade 8 and 9 teams are still figuring it out.
Yeah, of course,
and making a few little mistakes.
Yeah, definitely.
And so now the DQs are set up very specifically. They're not one side can get DQ'd and still win a match. One of your partners could.
Okay.
Now that's completely changed once we get the playoffs.
Once you get the playoffs, if one's
side,
DQ'd, they both
either
are,
robot,
right?
they
Yeah.
are.
Okay.
So you can't have someone go sacrifice themselves and win the match, right? So.
Now, one other quick thing before we start our next match. I noticed that some of the robots are kind of a bit smaller and don't have the capability of getting lots of cubes. I assume that those are kind of like defensive robots to do blocking. Is that something that the teams might do?
There's two reasons why that. One is they're probably junior teams still figuring
it out, right.
Actually, I guess there's three, because the other thing is you might have this great arm and it breaks halfway through the thing, so you can either choose to not come out and play. Most of these kids want to play so bad, they will disassemble a robot, put the base bat together, get out here and drive, and then you're right. They'll try to drive because they want to play. They want to learn to drive and do that. And, they'll be good pestering defense like I like seeing played.
Well, I watched one match earlier where the robot literally was just it blocked it for like a minute 10. And then finally it snuck through and got the cubes up in the corner. But he held them for a long time.
Yeah, no, and so it's as the year goes on, we'll see more and more of that. So we're in the Empire division here, and the other is the Rebel Alliance. Yeah, Star Wars.
Yes,
team.
I talked about Star Wars earlier. I'm embarrassed to admit my Star Wars knowledge is non-existent. It stems from a childhood friend of mine. We made this pact that we would not watch Star Wars, and I followed through with it. So I felt embarrassed that I didn't know any of the Star Wars references. So you can give the Star Wars references.
Well, the only reason I went to Star Wars in the first week is I had a very annoying friend who says, you got to go. He did that for 3 days, and I finally went and said, oh, yeah, no, it's an okay movie. Oh, okay. There's no way I was going either, so we shared that as a concept. But so we just come up with a theme for this. Now, so this is the Empire division. In the Rebellion division, I've seen there actually is a wall bot. So this thing doesn't score any points. It snaps out and closes off part of the area to restrict it.
Really?
Yeah, but so the danger is there. If you get the wrong objects on the wrong side of the wall, you can't win. But you may also be able to, if you can make it big enough, put the right place, stop the other team from scoring as easily. But so you only have 2 robots here, right? So to take one and purely be defensive is a high-risk maneuver.
That would be,
right?
Now, it could potentially pay off.
Well, yeah,
if your other robot is really skilled offense, that could be a pretty good matchup. Right?
And in fact, the funny thing, so our current president of Peers is a young man named Timothy Leung, who in 2012 won the World Championship. He won on 2W, which was the first ever fully defensive robot to win a World Robotics Championship of any kind, right?
Wow.
And it could not score a single point. But if you ask the...
That's impressive,
yeah, no, and he's here, and that was when I was with the Robo Savages doing that. And so we take a lot of pleasure when people say, well, Wallbots can't do anything. Yeah, okay, yeah, you're right. We can win a World Championship with it, right?
Absolutely.
But it's all about a very, very careful strategy and how you play that game, right? So the other thing that there may be some hybrid wall bots that can, so there may be hybrid wall bots that can also score a little bit and do some big defensive moves. That's not unusual. But the wall bots, some people, I love it because it's defense, and I like defense. Other people hate it because it's the difference between, I guess, watching a defensive football game and a high-scoring basketball game.
Versus 120, 118 game versus like a 72-70 game.
Yeah, there's people on both sides of that fence.
Absolutely.
So I actually like the technology. Now, the weird thing that happens, a lot of these robots, you can't just kind of drive into each other as hard as possible. But once you built a wall bot, basically all rules are off. The other team can drive at you from across the match full tilt and try to damage your robot. Really. No, it's you've kind of it specifically says that. What does it say? Expect to be sort of aggressive behavior against your robot.
Right.
But that's all part of the thing. There's a lot of rules around. And I'll go all the way back to the DQs. Is we don't allow flipping over like battle bots. And stuff.
Right.
We don't allow, chainsaws or any of the cool stuff like that. But the problem is we're playing 2-minute matches every few minutes. So you'd never have a chance to repair, right, those big bots, right? Okay,
Yeah. So we're now, what match are we watching now, Choi? I'm looking at the, Choi. Choi, what match are we watching?
One of our teams
Like
was playing with the ref that's straight across.
63? All right, so we're now watching Qualification 63, which I think has just ended. Yeah, it's just ended. We're just waiting to get a score total for 63.
They weren't able to play, and then they weren't able to connect anything.
Oh, no, sorry, it's just starting. My bad.
Get a chance to play anything. He just left them. They said that's
Okay,
the
so
second time that's happened
here at
to them.
Qualification 63,
Okay.
And it's not it's Alex and Kaz. They're not complainers.
So the best
oh, there's a
thing to do
big,
is now need to
big stack going by the red
involve
team
the
here.
head referee.
Okay, so
And
we're
they're going to
like-
get that up in the corner. We got in the opposite corner. There's another stack going up. So we got and the whole thing just came crashing down.
Bob is ask Josh. That's Josh.
So I think I'm describing a match that isn't quite on our camera just yet, but the camera's just getting over there to pick it up. Yep, now it's getting over there. Sorry, hang on one sec. We got one big stack in the corner by our red squad. And they're going to try to get that second one back up that fell. Hey, Todd, we're just watching Qualification 63 here.
Oh, look at that. We got two huge stacks building up there on those robots. So those are called goofies, by the way. There's a long history to why they're called goofies. But so they're trying to carry those. Those robots have to be very carefully balanced. If you look how much is hanging over the back, the whole weight of that robot's in the front, basically. And it looks just like a solid thing. There we go.
Look, we got another one going up in the back there. So that's three. That's three, right? That's
yeah, look at this. So I think you've seen a blowout there.
Yeah.
So we have a Gladstone team. Hey, there you go. Both my former teams. There we go. Well, one's still current. The kids in the red jersey, that's Gladstone, and the other one's 10 ton. Yeah, look at all the cubes up there, and they're going to score a few more.
Wow, that looks like a pretty good score for them.
Yeah, that'll be a big score. And if you notice in your foreground of your camera that you can see the green, so the blue lines had lost, but they were smart enough to put a green. That's their tower. Red can't de-score it. So that's part of the reason why they put that down there, and they're facing a pretty awesome opponent there.
So the where the greens are with the one purple there in the front?
Yeah,
Sorry.
right up next to us. Those
Okay.
are so the red one is closest to the red team is actually their tower.
Okay.
And the green one in the tower closest to us, that was blue. So those can't be changed by either the other teams. You could change it yourself if you wanted to for some reason.
Right.
But it's pretty rare that they do, right?
Right.
But yeah, you sort of saw the way they did that. They kind of went. Now, part of the reason they both went and scored at the same time was then the zone closest to us is called unprotected, right? You can drive into each other. But so now the other team, even with they're trying to run that little defensive block, kind of decide which one are we going after.
Right, because
And yeah, it makes it really, really hard. But those are two pretty elite teams, so it's not really surprising that they. I happen to know looking across that
You
was
can tell right away.
grade 11s and 12s playing some 8s and 9s.
yeah.
So luckily we don't let that happen too much in basketball or other sports.
No.
But the other thing is all those grade 11s and 12s that I can look over there, they all start over there 8s and 9s.
Sure,
and
absolutely.
they're learning, and they don't mind playing those big kids because it's sort of a status thing, right? Hey, look, we still scored 10 points
Yeah.
on you. Yeah, you're way better, but we still scored 10 points,
Absolutely.
man. Right? So there's that funny thing going on there, and they're pretty amazing with it, right? The robotics community is kind of a unique. I did some racing and other things. What they will do is so bizarre is, yet during a match, they're highly competitive and everything, but if you do need something, you just go ask.
And they'll help out.
Right? They help each other program. It's a weird to see. At first it was really weird to see, but it's a little different competitive concept. And the other thing, I try to remember telling my students and all the teams I interact with is, as great as these games are, someday they could all be going pro and be working as engineers somewhere else. And
Absolutely.
maybe you don't want to be so rough on them right now, right? It might be a little better deal to just play as professional as you can, and they all get these chances, right?
Well, and also the unique part of it, as you mentioned, is they will be teaming up with people other than their own team.
Yeah, so they may pick someone from their own school, but it really boils down to the point, who's going to give me the best chance to win this tournament?
Right.
For some of those large stacker robots, they may pick a slightly defensive robot to defend them while they're doing those.
Right. Yeah.
Right? Or they may say, hey, no, we are so offensive, the two of us, there's nothing they can do. If they stop one, the other one can score, right? So there's all those strategies. I mean, pretty rare you'll see two defensive robots together unless one was a wall bot. There might be a whole strategy there where, hey, I can score 6 points and lock the game down. I haven't seen it this tournament yet. I suspect by year end we'll see. Wall bots are notoriously hard to build. Right?
Are they harder to program too?
They're harder. Well, not so much harder to program, but they're harder to build. And then the maintenance level, that one we won the world championship with all those years ago, it would come out the field. It looked like a formula.
Beat up, wouldn't it?
It would look like a formula in a pit where there was one robot coming off and there was 10 kids working on it between matches because it was just so beat up each time.
Right.
And you had to keep it running, right? So it was neat to see. So there's a lot to invest in to run a big wall bot, or even some of these other big bots. You'll see, we're running.
Just trying to see which one are we running there now?
I think over the far side.
Okay,
yeah,
so
I see
65,
it now.
Qualification 65 are we on?
Yeah, so there you see a medium-sized stack going up. I think that's about 7. I can't tell, the robot's in the way. There we go, that's about 7, which is a good-sized stack. Now, the other robot ran into me. You got to be careful because if you then drive that other robot into the tower and tip it over, you can't use them to knock over their own tower
so
either.
Be a DQ.
It could still be a DQ, right? So, yeah, we saw right at the end there. I see a bunch in the orange. Oh, that might be an interesting score. Depends who has the more orange. Wow, there's a lot of orange towers in that. Yeah, I think it's going to be blue here. I can see one more tower you guys can't see on screen, but yeah, that's.
Now, you talked about the colors of the various cubes. How does that play into it? How does that work for the scoring?
There's two game skills, which happens earlier in the day. I won't talk about that. It's like hockey skills or something, right? And then basically what it is, so the tower has to match the cube scored, right? So if you see the number of orange towers, I see 1, 2, 3, I think, orange towers. So that means all the orange cubes anywhere scored on the field are multiplied by 4.
Oh.
Right?
Okay.
So you just add 1 to it because, of course, every cube's multiplied by 1 right off the bat, right?
Right.
So those 3 orange cubes will make a big difference because every cube there is by 4, and even if I have 3 and you have 4, I got 4 more points.
Right,
you have 4 more points.
The multiplier
right.
From
So
the,
you'll
from
see
the towers.
that strategy, but also sometimes if you see another team is emphasizing orange, then you may run and do oranges.
Yeah, because then you'd get the same credit, correct?
Yeah, and so this really does matter for how they. So there's the other thing. If you notice, you look. A lot of teams run 2 and sometimes 3 people. They're allowed to have 2 drivers. Some of these robots are very complex. If you've seen some of the stuff they're doing, you can understand why. But they're also allowed to instead trade it for 1 driver and 2 coaches. And when that's happening, there's one person kind of help aiming. When you're driving these things, you get tunnel vision down to about 2 feet. It's a small 30-centimeter circle. It's really hard. And then you have a coach who's saying, no, you're going to go to the right, and all those kind of things, right? The other coach in this case is counting scores in their head. Right. Because they're not really, I mean, even if you're trying to use a calculator, it's not as fast as just using your head, as weird as that sounds, right? Yeah, it turns out there's an application for real live-time in-your-head mathematics, and it turns out to be robotics, which is kind of funny when you think about it, right?
Absolutely. Are we on this 60? This one here?
67. Okay, there we go. Wow, there's a big tower in front of us. It's usually 2 to the edge and another 6, so that's probably an 8. That's nice.
Now looking at that field,
now they didn't. So they did that autonomously. They didn't disconnect from it though.
Really?
No, but that was done by the robot and the sensors on it. So that's where some of the teams are. They're fairly passive and more rudimentary sensors in the sense that there is there are things like here we go. There's bump sensors. There's a few gyros and stuff, but we don't have a big-time vision sensor yet, and we're not using like a GPS system yet. But there is now a camera we'll be starting to use more and more in the future. So we have some pretty good teams here running. If you see, there's going to be another large tower on the blue side that's going to stand up.
Now I see there, like when the cube comes out of the field, that it's just dead, right? You can't retrieve it
Yeah,
and put it back in.
fair
right?
enough. If they go for a tip and it tips it over, those stay out of the field for the match. Now you can't on purpose. There was a game years ago where you just throw stuff out of the match. They don't let them do that because you're collecting green, are
Yeah,
you?
yeah,
Watch this,
let's get rid of them.
and those are hard cubes. You wouldn't want to be standing anywhere near the field, right?
No, they could do some damage.
So let me see here. We're getting down, okay, the purple. So, yeah, obviously we got the team on our blue side is rather dominant. They're scoring everything up here. And so what happens is it also starts to run away. Once you get a few, you just stack them up.
And then you can,
Yeah, it's like a lot of sports. Once you get far enough
momentum
ahead.
kind of, right?
Yeah, once you get far enough ahead. Now, if you wonder why they're just standing at the end, they're just practicing a last-second stand.
Okay.
They're literally practicing for later in the playoffs and stuff to try to, because sometimes you may literally have two robots fully loaded with cubes, and you may make a decision, nope, we're going for the one with more orange than green. So you may see that today, you may not. It depends how close things are running at the end, right? So. Just want to, I got to get some of the police in the front so they're not standing in the way.
People there, yeah.
Arian, you can't be there. Why are you there? No, nowhere in the front. Out, out, out. You guys can't be there. Sorry.
No.
Tim, can the judges move somewhere else? They're blocking our cameras and everything. And we're trying to put it live, and so just politely, do you mind? When I'm on the mic, I can't be yelling at them. Right? We might need a person to help her to make sure they keep people out of the line sight. I'll see.
These guys just standing right there. Right? I'll go down there. You want me just to
Yeah, I'll talk and do some matches. If you can just, and we need a volunteer to help us with that. So if you see someone, we'll get you a handler that'll keep people out of the way. I'd love to do it, but I'd knock people around too much. Move. Which is funny because one of the things I do, so I do announce it about cameras. So one of the things I often do is even for the pro cameraman, even though they're well, solo camera operators normally love me there because I push them out of the way.
Where were the World Championships?
Louisville last 2 years. This is last year there, and then I moved to Dallas. Yeah, there'd be like 600 teams in the high school category alone. So 10 times this. So actually, if you look there, if you look at the screen right now, you see them kind of dumping all the cubes in there. One of the very interesting things here is there's 66 cubes that have to be placed in exact positions. It's not random and stuff. And we're on 84 matches here in qualifications on this side, and there is a whole other side, as I told you. So of the 88 matches, or 84 matches, I'm 66. I think that's 5,424 or something. No, my math's out there a little bit, but something like that. Times two, so there'll be about 11,000 cubes placed before we do playoffs today. So our poor field setters have so much work to do, right? And it's often, as you see, usually younger kids. Hey, and not all our scores are high score. There you go, match 68, 8-3. But we want those kids coming and playing too. This is not just about our elite teams. British Columbia has an amazing reputation. There's last time I looked, 3 or 4 of the top 20 scores in the world are from British Columbia, which is kind of neat. But it's about all the teams coming out and playing. We kind of want to celebrate that too. And they get in there and mix it up, and that's how they become those elite teams. They play super hard and learn their skill sets that way, right?
Now, while we're waiting for our next match to start, oh no, it looks like we're on number 70 now. Looks like we're going to get started, so here we go.
There they go. I think they're autonomous. Yep, you see the 10 counting down. Some teams use that because these robots are fairly complex, if you notice. Oh, are we going to? Oh, so close. Tried for an autonomous stack of 5.
So, do any of those score then?
No, because they tipped over. It's got to sit flat on the ground.
Okay.
And so that was a 0-0 tie, believe it or
tie.
not. Yeah. So if they got the one, they'd have got 3 more points of that and denied 3. So it's
so that's a
fairly
3-3 tie, right?
Yeah. So
and then they each get a purple.
each get
cube.
a purple when it's
Okay.
tied like that, right? So we have one robot that's ready to go in here with a big stack right at the bat. They're going to try to do it before they're interfered with, which is good. Now the problem is their alliance partner has kind of broke down in the area where they need to score.
Oh, yeah. Oh, in the corner over there.
Yeah, so for the blue side, the alliance partners broke down. I'm not quite sure what they're going to do now.
They might not even be able to.
Oh.
Oh, there goes a tip over.
Yeah, so
It might not matter now.
none of if you're not here, you have to understand those. You can probably see in the camera those cubes look pretty shiny. They're actually slippery.
Right.
If you were to try to stack those, like what they have, like 10 or 11 up by yourself on a flat surface, and understand they're running on a slightly rubberized surface that's slightly soft. At the beginning of the year, if you told me they were stacking 10 or 11, I'd say, yeah, right. There's no way. But and then,
Now
see what they did? They
now
just
you see the blue team that they pushed their
just
own
pushed their
partner
own
out of the
partner.
way
Hey.
so they could get that next stack up.
yeah, it's like literally, hey, sorry, man, I got to move you over here.
And they're
And-
kind of on their own. It looks like they're
Yeah,
doing pretty well.
That's a pretty elite team. That's
That's
there's-
10-10.
That's 10-10 Z.
Okay.
Being
Wow.
Canadian, if they were American, we'd have to call them 10-10Z.
Yes,
but
we would.
no, it's 10-10Z being a Canadian team there. Sorry, man.
Yeah, and they've done this, and then looks like they're gonna get another one up. They got, I think, 5 seconds. I think they're gonna get it up. Let's see. Oh, they did. Oh, wait. Okay, so now that won't count
No,
because
it
it's
won't.
still on the thing, right?
So the
On the
bottom
robot.
one's not going to count. But
Okay.
it's they were going for part of what they were doing was probably practicing, because it never fails. A little bit of practice is a big deal. The danger is if they touch the outer the first tower and it's touching, that whole tower won't count. So they may have just
So that big tower they have already up might not count now?
might not count. We'll see when we see the score.
Okay.
I don't want to grab his eye here. He's also they're trying to help the kids figure out why it didn't run.
Right. Yeah, now,
Right, you know.
I talked before about the pit area.
Yep.
So now, obviously, I'm assuming that they're going to be awful busy now in that pit area trying to figure it out and get it ready to get it started again.
Yeah. One of the hard things. Well, let's see. We got another match going here. There's match 71, and there's more of a beginning robot. There's a pretty good robot there being driven, a bigger robot, and there's also one. You know, sort of it's what we call a claw bot. It's built by a junior team and everything, but you know what? Look at it. It's scored 3 towers already. It's kind of got a weird operating method, but that's a student design.
I have not seen one like that yet.
And you know what? Is he going to win the world championship with that robot? No, but that's the basis how you become a better robot
Sure.
builder. And they're scoring points. They're holding their own, and that's kind of excellent, right? And it is a grade 9 student. I know. I see the kid, and
So he's
that's
just
how
trying
you
to
learn
basically
better.
pick up the green ones,
Yep.
get it in the tower, and then
Yeah.
if he gets it in the corner, he'll get
And
more
he'll
points for
try
it.
to flick another one on top.
Sure.
He doesn't have the nice, cool stacking mechanism
No, he
some of the
doesn't,
other.
no.
But so the deal is here. There's a fair bit of what I'd call apprenticeship going on. A lot of the junior kids look up to and learn from the older kids. And the crazy part is it isn't always within a team,
Sure, yeah.
right? Because they admire certain teams like any you played a sport.
Absolutely.
Even if they're on the wrong team, you might go, oh, my God, they're such a good player. And if you get a chance to talk with them, you will. And the neat thing is here, if you notice after every match, they often shake hands, they talk, and they're constantly comparing, because these are all people who think they're going to be scientists or engineers or something along those, technicians, tradespeople. So this has a bigger picture element. And a little bit of a joke earlier on about going pro. Yeah, there's not many sports where the majority of kids get to go pro. This is one of them.
Absolutely.
Right, and we've had some amazing stories. I mean, we have kids down working at the Google, or not the Google factory, the big Tesla one making the batteries and places like that, and Northrop Grumman, and obviously TELUS and all those kind of places. So there's a lot of success in that sense. That this, as fun as it is, and I mean, if we started here at 7:30 in the morning this morning, if you told most teenagers, hey, let's get up and do something at 7:30 in the morning on a Saturday,
Yeah.
I know what the answer is, having 2 kids who've gone through that teenage thing. They may not be enthused with it. When I opened the door at 7 o'clock to let the cafeteria staff in, there were kids who were already saying, can we get in the gym? No, you got to wait till 7:30. So, and as soon as I opened at 7:30, we had about 100 and some kids in here. And they've been at it all day.
Well, and too, for certainly our kids here with 10 ton and with the West Van Academy, they were here all day yesterday doing all this amazing work to set this place up as well.
Yeah, so that's the other neat thing about this is Yeah, so the kids and parents for this organization, for 1010 Robotics, came and set this up. We also have an outside group called PEERS, Pacific Youth Robotics Society, who are the fields we're looking at theirs. Our fields are on the other side. And then a group called the Penguins that is a lot of former robotics students that I, in fact, taught at one point or another. They help us do all the technical aspects and everything. If you think that running a robot's technical, imagine we run the technical side of that. So, yeah, it's pretty elaborate what's going on here, and there are no paid people here. This is all volunteers, and that's like a lot of amateur sport, which is an amazing thing. Understanding basically amateur means doing for the love of it, and that's kind of what's going on here. There's a lot of amateur roboticists and lots of professional engineers and stuff volunteer their time to be here. Here we go. I think we got
73 is just finishing up. 73 is just finishing up. Now, 9181, what school would those guys be from?
They're at Sequim.
Okay.
Sequim. Pardon me,
Sequim.
Yeah.
Sequim, yes.
Yeah, no, I'm a dyslexic. When I try to pronounce how it reads, you know what happens, right? Yeah, I could say it easy, I just can't spell it. Yeah, so they have also sort of an academy program like 1010. So 1010 and Sequim both have sort of academy programs. 1010 is a little bigger. They're both relatively new. There's all the way to homeschooled kids here.
Right.
So there's no separation like in some sports. Whether you're part of a big giant team or part of one of, you're more than welcome to come play. We have community-based teams. We have high school or school-based teams.
I noticed there's the community school from Surrey.
Yep.
Has got a team competing in this.
Yeah, no, there's a good mix of teams from over the Lower Mainland here. I think we have one from Alberta here.
Yeah, Airdrie, Alberta. Yes, I had the list here. I was going over that. Yeah.
Yeah, and actually then we have two.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So we have that. Later in the year there'll be a large event at Summer in the Province, the Pacific Northwest Championships, and we have teams even from the United States come up for that. It's a lot of fun having all the kids play each other. This part of what you're seeing in front of you is leading to a provincials that'll happen actually in the same gym later on in the year.
I mentioned that earlier. That's right.
Yeah,
absolutely.
and from that, BC will send. I'm trying to remember what the number is this year. We've grown enough that we may be sending up to 9 teams to
down to Louisville, correct?
Louisville for the World Championships, and as a district, considering we have about 4 million people or so in BC. We, I guess the boxing term is punch well above our weight.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've won world championships. We've had several second and third place finishes, which is really amazing. I mean, the people we're playing against are like China and the United States.
Yeah.
And we more than hold our own. It speaks a lot of the kids involved and obviously all the volunteers that help do this and the coaches and everybody, right? So it's a neat system that we got going. And like I say, this is an entire volunteer system.
Now, Qualification 75 just did their autonomous. If I'm counting right, it looks like it's 5-4.
Yeah, I think so.
So that would mean the blue team then would get the full 6 points.
Would get the full 6 points,
okay.
And I see the marker showing that on the one side. If you look on the side of your screen there, you can see the autonomous went to blue, right? And if you notice something weird is right at the bat, red knocked its tower over that it scored in autonomous.
Yes. Now, why would they do that?
Because there was only 4 in that stack. They want to put probably a stack of 10 or 11 in there.
Right.
So they hit it right, and only 1 fell out, so they're willing to pay that price.
Right.
They don't want to lose all 4 of them.
Right.
Losing 1 or 2 to build a bigger stack. I also think I just saw a huge tip over in front of us there in the one corner.
Yeah, they had there's people blocking, but looking at the screen, that stack was there. It's gone now.
Yeah, and
but they're rebuilding it pretty quick, it looks like.
Yeah, see, so that's the amazing thing is some of these robots are relatively fast and stuff.
Oh, now it's hitting it. Knocked it out.
Yeah, that's what they were trying to do. They're trying to whip it around. Now, you got to be careful because once a robot is fully in that
you can't
tape zone,
right?
If you hit it and cause the tower to tip over, that would obviously match affecting, and then it becomes a DQ. So, it's like, if hook and hockey, if you have the hand, the stick below the glove, it's not a hook. If it's above, it's a hook. And so they got to play these really, really carefully. It was kind of what's going on.
Now you can see the strategy by Red to knock those out after autonomous has worked well for them because now they got 2 healthy stacks in there.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they're going for. We're going to have to see if they can quickly get in here. See the other team's blocking them. They got to be really careful because if they hit them the wrong way, we're down to 7. This is going
to be a close one, eh?
This is going to be really close. We're going to see what happens here. And if you notice, there's not many cubes left laying around that
There's
field,
not.
right?
They did a nice job.
So both those teams played, all four of those teams, both those alliances, played really hard division there, or a pretty important divisional game there.
Now that's going to be a close score. If I'm counting right, I think maybe Blue might have taken it, but
It's really, really close. So the difference may have been autonomous.
right, that
Right,
6 point could be the difference.
It could easily be the difference, and that's part of what we want to see here because, and again, the educational need behind this is the educational need behind that is we want more programmers in the world.
Yeah, absolutely.
So as much as we're doing something fun with the kids, we're trying to emphasize the right skills. Yep, the building matters, and sure enough does. Without that, you don't have a good robot. But so that's why they have these autonomous portions. And so before we have something called skills that we have entirely driver only, and it's a different part
And
of the
that's
competition.
that's just on one team.
One
just does it
robot
on their own,
versus
right?
the field.
Yeah,
It may be like a skills competition in a hockey before a big championship or something, right? But there's even ways to get provincial qualifications through a high skill score too, not just winning a tournament. So
Now, as we're waiting for this score from that match, how many right now, because you guys have already been through several tournaments, just looking at our team, our 10-ton teams, how many of our teams have already qualified for the provincials? Do you know?
this year there's 40, and we have at least 6 or 7 already.
Already
Yeah,
qualified.
already qualified. As the season goes on, it gets tougher to qualify, but then it goes back to once. So what's obviously you can't double qualify, but when it gets to a certain point, what's going to happen is they will look at the skill scores.
Right.
And so if all the teams that are qualified are in, then they have to do the next one where they look at the skill score.
Now, I think I missed it. I don't think we got a final score from that one. I think they've moved on to the next one. I never saw it come up on the screen, unfortunately.
No, I didn't see it pop. They got lots going on. They maybe actually saw it. Normally, you're right, they display it on the screen,
Yeah,
but
usually they have
sometimes
it,
we have 2 technicians running 4 fields, so
Yeah,
every now and then they
exactly.
get slightly overwhelmed. I got to admit that. We can, and I don't know, think I can look at the live casting of it right now. So,
Okay, so now we're going to watch 78.
Here we
and
go.
then we have 1010A. Now, as I said, I'm no expert, but I believe 1010A is kind of one of the better teams.
yeah, and they're partnered with which 91 team? I can't quite see it there. 91K. Okay, that's not the strongest, but it's still a good team. And then on the other side, we have 2 more what I call middle level teams. One's on the verge of breaking out here, so we'll see. We'll like a lot of other sports, you might have an
Upsets
amazing
can
match,
always
right?
happen.
Well, yeah.
But 1010A would certainly be the favorite to do this
10-10A would be
Yeah.
the favorite to score a fair bit. Now, understand this is a little bit like competitive motor racing. If you popped a motor in the break between the two, you've got minutes to fix it, and if you don't get it fixed, you may still be willing to drive a robot that's broke. So until you actually see the robots moving, you won't actually know. Did they just score that autonomously? I think
they did.
Yeah,
they
wow,
did.
that's a big autonomous. Well, I don't think they have a popped motor.
Is that 8?
Yeah, that was a.
Wow.
So, yeah, that was 5 or. Was that 7? That's one of the higher autonomous runs I've seen. I think it was 7.
Yeah.
Right, so part of what they'll be doing is by doing that, then they don't have to knock that down and restack it.
Yeah, because that's enough that you want to keep that, obviously, right?
So that was a pretty high-level programming maneuver that they were able to do that. To get 7 in autonomous, so that thing ran totally by itself, picked up 7 cubes, scored them in the corner, and let go of them in 15 seconds. That's a pretty high-level.
Yeah, and now they got another big stack up in the back corner. They got 10 up in there. As 1010A, as we expected, is going to town. Now they're working on the towers. Now we got our blue team trying to get there. We got 5123C trying to get theirs up in the corner. Very carefully, gingerly putting it up. And it stayed. They got it up. They got it up. They got 30 seconds to go. 1010A now got one in their tower. Now it looks like they're going to head back to their corner and see if they can get another stack up.
You're bold.
Just loading it up with the orange cubes now. And they're going to get another one up because they still have 15 seconds. They're going to get another one up right beside it, it looks like, Todd.
There it is. Look at that.
Wow,
that's
there's a lot of
10,
that's
11,
a lot of
and a
scoring.
7, and I think they're going to.
And they're going to get another tower. I think they're going to try to get that purple, and they
There
got
you
it
go.
in.
3
With 2
seconds left,
to go.
right? Yeah, that's pretty crazy. So, yeah, definitely, that's the advantage of having 1010A on your side or one of the other cool robots. But if you notice, they got to be careful of their strategy, too. This is you're a tower tip away from losing a match, right?
That's very true.
So it's a pretty exciting one to watch. And as we go on a little bit here and we see some of the playoffs. So what's going to happen to the playoffs, just to say one more time?
Yeah, because we've only got a few qualifications left, it looks like.
Yeah, about 8 more matches total on the 4 fields, so only another few times around. There'll be an alliance selection process that they're broadcasting. You may see me out there helping do that.
Yeah, no, I'm looking for it. You always have fun when you do the alliances, Todd.
It's a little bit like herding cats, but the students will have to make a choice on the spot who their alliance partner is going to be.
Now, I'm assuming the higher ranked team gets to make the choice, correct?
Yeah, so they get to make a choice. And what's interesting now is, so there'll be 16 alliances. 32 teams will be playing in the playoffs, right? And it's a best of one or a sudden death, whatever you want to call it. A round of 8. So the top, one plays 16 and down it goes. And then obviously 4, 2, and 1. The last one will be, I think we're going to use a best of 3. And then you'll finally see a Rebel team come in here at the end, and we'll see a best of 3 there too.
Okay.
So the interesting thing about that playoff 16 is if I choose you and you say no, the only way you can play is if you get to become an alliance captain.
Okay.
So if you're too far down the list, you're not going to say no because only
you want to make sure.
There are only 16 alliance captains.
Right.
So it stops teams from a little gamesmanship and maybe throwing a match to be down the thing because you may not get picked.
Right.
And it also, there's a whole strategy to the picking that, we'd almost be better getting one of the kids come up and talk about it because it's pretty complex of how it works, right? But you're trying to find the perfect match for what your robot can do.
Absolutely. So you got to complement off each other, right?
Yeah, and you saw that one. So the 1010A robot that came and scored those 7 in the tower corner. I might then want to, if there's somebody who has a robot that has an autonomous that scores in the towers, not in the corner, because I could multiply by 2.
Right, then you get the multiplier, yes.
So that's better than, because I could now have 14 points before the game even starts, right? So they'll be actually scouting that.
Yeah, of course.
By the time we get to the Worlds, they have scout teams that are as big as a drive team, like a lot of other sports.
It's funny because I tried explaining this, because I had such a good time going to the Worlds last year.
Yeah.
And I was trying to explain how it worked to sort of, my friends who are more sports background, like I'm a basketball coach, right?
Yeah.
And when I explained them the details you had to go in and scouting, and it's like that's what you do in any major sport. You see what your opponent's strengths and weaknesses. You write them down if you get video if you can, and that's important. That can mean the difference between a 1 or 2 point win or a loss.
So these kids do really scout well, and all the kids here, but 1010 Robotics especially. In the VEX World Championships in the last 3 years, they've only existed for the 3 years, have come 5th, 2nd, and 7th out of 16,000 teams.
Wow.
So, yes, they're building amazing robots and stuff, but they actually pay attention to all the other details.
There's just so much that goes into it.
A good robot, a good programming score, a good event here is fine, but then there's a whole other level, a whole other gear. For those of you out there listening who understand sports, you understand what this means is that, it's great that you have a good robot. Well, that's half the story.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
only half the story,
absolutely.
right? So there's a lot of neat stuff going on there that way, and we'll see how they...
By the way, that final score from that 10-10A match was 76-19.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about what it looked like. And it's just the fact that multipliers really finish you off, right? I think they had 3 towers.
They did.
Which is a multiplier of 4 of some of those massive number of cubes, right? Which the cubes were in balance, but they weren't in balance 7 to 1. But add the multiplier in and it matters, right?
Now strategically.
Yeah.
And again, novice here, I'm guessing.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
Would it make more sense to go for the multipliers toward the end? Because if you did them early, then couldn't the other team take advantage and get those as well?
That's the game that the top-level teams are playing.
Right,
They're going to be, and you may see a weird strategy where they know they can get one out, and they put it in there, and the other team may be counting on that, and
Really?
they'll dig it out the last second and put a different colored one in.
Okay.
And so you may see some. It's very hard to have live scoring here. By the time we get to the Worlds, we will. But you
Right.
need about 4 people a side. Like it takes about 8
to
people
score
to
this
try to
game.
score this game
Oh,
live.
yeah.
But we will get there by the time we get to the Worlds, and you can see wild point
I can
valuations
see
being
that.
on one cube being moved, right?
Yeah, I can see that.
So it's all it's not just a building development. It's not just a programming game. It's it's a pretty good strategy game this year, right? Other years it can be sort of horsepower game, I'd call it. No, this is horsepower mixed with strategy, right?
So just on a personal level,
Yep.
do you, seeing now how this one works, do you like it better than previous years, or
They're all a very different flavor. What's hard for this year, and actually for your audience, this will be an important part, is that this game is, so in a perfect game, it's what I'd call low floor, high ceiling, right? This game is a little higher floor than normal. So some of our beginning teams, that's why you're seeing a few more what I would refer to as push bots and defensive bots.
Sure.
Because it's really hard to build something that can stack 11 cubes. The kids that are stacking 9 or 11 cubes, anywhere between 8 and up, those kids have probably been at it for 3 or 4 years.
Right.
Have probably done in the nature of 30 tournaments.
Wow.
And they may have already built a whole bunch of robots over the years. Like some of these kids will build a new entire robot for every tournament to learn something new. So it's not unusual at all to see this, right? So
Okay, red won the autonomous there. So
There
they're
we
going to
go.
get the 6 points, and they'll get both of the purple cubes for winning autonomous.
yeah, because they won the autonomous. Now one of the robots you've noticed having a little trouble deploying
Yeah,
here.
is that 5123A? Is that seem to be stuck? a
Yeah,
little
it
bit?
seems that so there they go. They finally got their tray that's called out, but I think they just knocked one. Oh, no, they got their arm back in place. They kind of knocked their arm out of position. The deal is when the robots start, they have to start in a 60-centimeter cube, right? 18 inches, 60-centimeter cube. Once they are moved, they're allowed to fold out, basically any size they want, which is why a wall bot is possible.
Right.
Some robots have complete different mechanisms of folding out. The unfolding and keeping all that working is actually very elaborate. If you ever
I
get a
would think
chance
so.
to
That
see
would
one
be
of these
pretty
robots up
complicated,
close,
right?
they're counting the exact number of rubber bands on these things, right? It sounds funny, but in competitive robotics, we all joke that, without latex tubing or rubber bands, you can't build a robot, right? And it turns out so many of the stuff, the flip-out trays and all those other things, are carefully designed by the kids. It's really quite interesting to see. Some of it's theoretical, some of it's trial and error, and a lot of it's a mix of both.
Now,
So-
this 5123A robot has got these things dangling from it on elastic bands. What is that?
So what they're doing is they're holding it all in place, and then once it moves, it all springs apart. But you
We got a
can't.
tip over now, too.
Oh no,
We got a
there it
tip
was. Yeah,
over.
I just saw it went sideways. Yeah, well, the other danger with those long trays is you get slightly off
Off
center,
balance, right?
and over you go.
Now, if that happens, you can't fix that. They're
no,
stuck for the rest of the match,
you're
right?
stuck for the rest of the match.
Okay.
And there was only a few seconds left
Right,
there, right?
right.
But yeah, if it happens, so that's why you see some of the teams not doing too much autonomous. They don't want to risk
They
that.
don't want to. Right.
If you have a critically balanced robot, you may say, yeah, we'll give you the 6 points. We're going to beat you in the match.
in the match, yeah.
Right? So if they get that tip over, like that happened there, right? It's a tough thing because we only have 8 motors on these robots. Often about 4 are in the drivetrain. So to pick them up, to angle them, to score them, 4 more motors is not a lot of motors.
Now, okay, this might seem like a novice question, but I'm going to try it.
There you go.
If a robot tipped like that or something, in theory, could their partner try to correct them? Would that be allowed, or is
Yep,
that
it's
just
totally allowed. Sometimes if it's early in a match and it's early in the season, you may even see an opponent right them because they want to play against them.
Oh, okay,
It's
okay.
a very funny thing to see. You're
Okay.
going, why are you helping them?
Yeah.
But what they do is you'll see them run up and sort of take one quick poke at it, and if the robot's so unstable it cannot be
right? Then there's
tipped
no point.
over, then there's no use helping.
Right.
We're down to our last. There they go. Okay. Far side. Oh, I see it now. Sorry about that. So we have an unusual tray there, robot in the front. And he's trying to pick 3 at a time. And you got another claw bot, and you have the big giant goofy with the giant tray in it. It's going into the red protected zone. Up it goes, and you'll watch the top part of that. It'll probably fall down if you saw. That's a special expander that kind of holds them down. There's like I say, a lot of thought. And you see the way they sweep, they're looking for certain piles. Look at that, as quick as they have, they got 9 in there.
Already,
10.
yeah.
Yeah, I think maybe even 10. They're going back to stack one more time. And I think that's the last match before we do playoff selection.
Yes, you're right. This is match 84.
And
Looks
there's
like
a nice
that's
big stack.
two Gladstone teams, 2A and 7K. Is that those are?
No, 7K's Airdrie and 2A's
okay.
Gladstone.
Okay, 2A's Gladstone. Yeah.
Yep. And then they're determined to try to win that. The small numbers beside tell you where their placement is.
Right.
And so we have 7Ks in 5th and 2As in 29th, but they're playing 30th and 31st. So obviously the advantage is to red by over the tournament. They've all played a round of 7, so they've run 7 matches every team here. And in the next few seconds we'll know, and then we'll set up a playoff for you guys, and I guess I'll come back at the end of that and maybe help you, or once we've done that, maybe help you do some playoff announcing. And
so as 84 wraps up here, we're going to take a bit of a break. Once again, we're coming to you live from West Vancouver Secondary School, bringing you the return of the Robots. Biggest tournament in BC, if I'm not mistaken, sir.
Yep, it is.
Over 100 teams taking part here. It's been a great day thus far. We're just getting our qualification rankings ready. You can see on the one screen, we'll show you in a minute. They're scrolling through those. And then we will start to get the alliances and get our playoffs going shortly. So we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back on SportsCanada.TV. Okay, as we told you before, now it is playoff time. We got Todd Ablett on the microphone here, and we are about to do the alliance picking. You see all the teams are lined up. All right, Todd's going to get them going with the selections. Okay, these are the top ranked teams, and they will pick who their partners are going to be for the playoffs. A very unique component of robotics. 1010N was our number one qualifier. All right, who's he going to pick? 7K, and 7K has agreed. 7K are, I believe, are our friends from Airdrie, Alberta, if I'm not mistaken. So they will now be partnered up and make their playoff run. All right, our next alliance is going to be 1010Z and 91881C. So there's our first two teams that have been picked. 1010A, all right, who are they going to pick? Okay, they're going to partner up with another West Van team. 1010U has said yes as they bring their robot over. Oh, sorry, my correction. Yes, 1010U.
If you guys just stand up here, if you're able, try to sit so we can have people behind you see. No, the robots can stay standing up. So I'll get you to come all the way here.
All right, here comes our next team. And this is going to be Team 2U. This is the Robo Savages from Gladstone.
Yeah, no, you go right here. We'll do it right here. No pressure. You know who you pick.
All right, who's he picking? They're going with 1010W. Thumbs up from 1010W. Our next team is now picked. There's our first four teams. We got 12 more to go. 1011G. 5123C. And they said yes from the other side of the room, and that is Fraser Heights. 5123A is Fraser Heights. You see teams in the background. You can see this, but they're holding up their numbers. Some teams that are outside the top, they're hoping to be picked. Maybe we can just pan at the back there, and you can see them holding up their. You can see them all holding up their numbers, trying to get recognized. So hopefully people will pick them. All right. Who are we going now? Looks like we're going to 648V. Or sorry, 604. Just trying to find. Oh, there we are. This is Heritage Woods. 640 is Heritage Woods. All right, they're trying to figure out who they're going to pick. Here we go. They're going to go with 6408Z, which I believe is one of their teammates. So they're gonna go together with their own school. Okay, that's 7 alliances now. All right, now we got to get 9181K. They're going to be picking next. This is from Seacom, the Seahawks from Delta. As he's bringing over his beautiful robot, and who's he going to pick?
You know who you're going to pick? He goes, yeah, I got this. 9181 Tango T.
9181T again going with, oh, wait a minute. His own teammate just rejected him. His own teammate said no, he's not joining that alliance. Got to pick again.
112Y.
He was ready to go with his next pick right away, 112Y. That would be one of our 10-ton teams, I believe. Yep.
I'll try to get it. You come right on through. I'm looking for, who's the next team?
All right, who's picking next? Can't see the screen. The 10. 10-4-4-5C. Who are they going to pick?
Right there. 104-4-5 Charlie. Where are you?
This is Samuel Robertson Technical School from Maple Ridge. 104-5-5C.
Now we need to know who you're going to pick. The hard part. Oh, 104-4-5A. Alpha, where are you?
Trying to find who they're picking. Where are they? There they are.
So that'll be a D.
And it looks like they have agreed. All right. As you can pan back and see the pretty large crowd we have here at West Van. Everyone gathered around to see who our playoff matchups are going to be. These bleachers probably hold about 1,000 people. I'm going to guess we got at least 400 or 500 back here watching this action here as we're picking off teams. Okay. 10012J is with 10012V. Okay, now we're going to get on. We have our 11th team. We've only got 5 left or 6 left. This is Team 2A. These are the Robo Savages from Gladstone. 2A. Where's 2A? We can't find them. Come on, 2A. 2A slowly making his way over, building up the drama. Who are we picking? Still thinking. 10-10S. All right. Okay, there's our next alliance. 10-10S. I think he said 10-10S. Did I hear that right? Yeah, he did. Okay. Running out of space on the floor here. We got 4 alliances left to go. 9181T, this is a Siaquam team. He's looking, he's thinking. 9181X, that is another Siaquam team. They're going to team up together for the playoffs. All right, that's our 13th alliance now filled. Oh, no, sorry, that was our 12th. Now we're going to go to our 13th alliance. 9594M. And that is from Collingwood. That's the Robo Caps from Collingwood, and they've teamed themselves up with one of our West Van Academy 10-ton teams. All right, we got 3 alliances left to be filled.
You're the 14th alliance captain. Just stay there. You sit down.
Okay, so 5123A, this is Fraser Heights School. And he's scouting, he's running over now looking as they're holding up their numbers. Please pick me, please pick me. And he's looking. Oh, they're holding up those signs. Pick me.
77174 Yankee.
And 77174, that is St. George's School. The Saints Robotics team gets on the board. And they said yes. Yep, he's in, he's right over there, thumbs up. And here he comes. All right, only 2 teams left. 10012T. Who are they going to go for? One of our West Van teams is people over there holding their signs up, hoping he'll pick him. Who's he going to go with? Still deciding. 1011X. And so they're going to partner up with someone from their own program. And now here we are, the last and final alliance.
Now, there's going to be a few robots not playing today. I don't want them to go away without a huge round of applause from you guys. So for all our robots, let's have a big hand here.
All the fans appreciating all of the robots, because not all of them do get to take part in the playoffs. And here's our last selection.
It's really good that you're here today. You're going to get better no matter what. Next time I expect you up there.
Like I said, we've got 16 alliances. That's 32 teams. We had over 100 teams playing today. So a third of them are going to get to go through. And here's our last alliance. Here we go.
Not really, is he?
This is 8718-4F. Let's see if I can find that on my sheet here. That is Fraser Academy, the Mustangs. And they're going to go with, as their last few teams, hoping. Oh, the drama is building. He's walking over. He's going to scout them out. They're showing off their robots. They are trying desperately to get a selection. Oh, a little chat going on here. All right, he's had a good look at them all. He's considering. The drama getting even thicker. Oh, he's checking again. He still doesn't know. All right, who's he going to go with? Mr. Ablett putting the pressure on him. He's got to make a choice. Who'd he pick? 9594. We know it's 9594, which, again, I find on my sheet here, 9594. That's going to be a Collingwood team, Collingwood school team. All right, so we have our 16 alliances. We're going to have our round of 16 playoffs. Our championship playoffs coming up. Don't go away. We'll be back in a few minutes with our championships. Thank you for joining us on SportsCanada.TV. right, everybody, we're getting ready for our round of 16 playoff action here in the Empire Gymnasium. Looks like we're going to be on field 2. Field 2 for one of our first matches. This is going to be in 9181K teamed up with 10012Y. And they are taking on 10445C and 10445A. They're just about getting ready to start autonomous. Oh, no, the match is starting. Red already had won autonomous. All right, and here we go. They're starting to get a little small stack being put up in the corner here by blue. You got a bigger stack starting on the other side, being put up by red. You got the small blue robot in the corner, diligently putting them in, scooping them in one at a time. We get 1 minute to go in this match. Oh, we have a tip over. Uh-oh, we have a tip over now. Looks like, I can't see, I think it's a red robot. The red robot is down, and they're trying to right themselves. They're in trouble. Not a good start for them. Both teams struggling a little bit here. Now we're going to get, they're going to get that orange cube up right in the middle tower. I got 3 of the orange cubes are now up in the tower, so they're going to try to get those orange ones in the corners to get those multipliers. Red team has 2 already, and now he's going for a little smaller stack on top of that. Blue team's trying to get a purple up on the tower. The tower nearest to us, you see them trying to get it in there. They're successful in getting that one in. Now as the match is winding down, and that will be it. Time is up. All right, well, so we'll see who gets through in this round of 16 matchup. See the teams shaking hands and congratulating each other there. Tell him to move. Well, he's not supposed to be there. He's not supposed to be there. He's going to get disqualified. All right, we're still waiting to see. They're still tabulating the results. We now got our camera on the second match. Okay. $30 to go in the other round of 60 match. 2U and 1010W going against 9594M and 1010H. You see a beautiful double stack in the corner by our blue squad. Now, 2U is doing a good job of countering. They got all the oranges and purples. They're going to get a stack up there. All right, there's 15 seconds to go. A lot can still happen in this match. All right, now they're starting to get their towers filled. We got 2 greens and 2 orange, 3 greens and 2 oranges filled in the towers. The robots are battling. There's another corner stack, but it fell. That corner stack that fell. Those aren't going to score. So I'm looking like the blue team might be the one to get through on this. They're just going to total it up now here. We'll see if we can get a final score. Referees are meeting. This is going to be tight, I think, although I do think blue got it. I do think blue got it. We're in field number 3. We're just waiting for the final result. Teams nervously standing by to see. And now we're going to get our next round of 16 going, and that's going to be on field 1. And that match is now underway on field 1, already with a big stack there for the red team. He's got his robot is full as he's going to head over to that red corner now to try to get those neatly placed. And his partner, the other red partner too, is he's going to get another stack up in his corner, and he's going to get it hit up successfully. So a huge start for the red. After only 25 seconds, they've got 2 large stacks up in the corners. Blue's going to have to try to see if they can come back. We've got a good stack there by Blue, though, too. See if he can get it up, get it over. Still a minute to go. Lots of time in this match, this round of 16 match on field number 1. You see they're starting to get the tower fill. Okay, now Blue is going to get a stack up, and Red is going for a second one. This could be a big score by Red if they can get that one up. This could be one of the bigger scores of the day. Can they get it up successfully? Yes, they do. So they got 3 large stacks now. Now they got to get their multipliers into the towers. Or you also see, you'll notice too that the one red robot, as Todd was talking about earlier, they're just getting as many cubes as they can now, and that's basically to prevent the red team from getting in it. And they're allowed to hold on to those, and they stuck another orange in for a multiplier. They're going to get if they very large number here. That's 1, 2, 3. I'm counting 4 oranges in the top. There's a 5th one. This is going to be a huge score for a red team of 7K and 10-10N. Now this is, of course, is the number 1 seeded team in the tournament, taking on 16, and a good battle by the 16th seed. But boy, 10-10N and 7K just showed their dominance there. Look at that, 3 large corner stacks. Their towers have with the orange being in the towers, that's going to multiply. I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and I think I count 10. That'll multiply all those orange ones. A big win, no upset there, as the number 1 team shows why they were number 1. We have a score up in the screen now from our 8-9 game, where the 8-seeded team beat the 9 27-10. So our 8-seeded team will move on. That's 9181K Seaquam. They're moving on. Just waiting to see if we can get a final score from that impressive match by our number 1 seed. And looks like we're going to go to our next field we're going to go to. It's now set up as field 2. And this is going to be our 7 versus 10 match. 7 versus 10. And now they're doing their autonomous. Looks like maybe red team is going to win this autonomous. Let's see. Referee's just tabulating it up. All right, now they're going to get this match started. Oh, refs are just checking on something else. Just trying to figure out this final autonomous result here. The refs are still conferring. Usually doesn't take this long. Now you see that match that we talked about. Now you had the number 4 versus the number 3, and that's an upset there as the 13 seed beat the 4 seed because the 4 seed was disqualified. So we have our first upset of the day as 13 has beaten 4 in a disqualification. All right, red did win the autonomous here in this 7 versus 10 matchup. Okay, no large stacks yet. You see the orange, the 3 straight orange ones in the red corner, so they're going to try to get those oranges in. Oh, there's a nice collision there and a tip over. There's a tip over as they had a very large stack and they were off balance and they got bumped and down they went. I can't see which team went down. Let's see if did they get back up? No, they're still down. I can't see if it's the, let's see, there's blue, there's red. I can't tell, folks. Sorry. Oh, I think it's a red team that got knocked over. So the red team, our 7 seed, is the one robot is now by himself, as his alliance partner got knocked over. So that gives a nice advantage. Could be an upset here with a 2-1 advantage for our 10 seed. Okay, so you see in the corner there, the Reds getting those orange, and that's important because they got the oranges. They knocked the orange out of the tower. Blue being very smart here, countering. So now there's no multiplier in effect as the blue team did a good. Let's see if they can get that one in the tower with 10 seconds to go. They have gotten it in, so that'll help them a little bit as they're by themselves. Last few seconds of this match. So even though the 7th ranked team that was on their own, they might have pulled it out if that multiplier counts. Yeah. So we have an upset happen already as the number 4 seed lost to the 13 seed. 4 got disqualified. So 13 moved on. We had a big score by our number 1 seeded team. There's 10-10 in the 7K as they won 77-7. 1 versus 16, you expect that, but 77 is a pretty impressive score.
Yeah, no, it is. It's simply a high score. It's hard to do that much, and especially remember the other team knows it's a best of 1, so they're not going to try to play gently, and they may push up against that DQ stuff. So, I was literally over in the other gym doing the finals for that. So they're set up and running too at the playoff stuff. So
looks like we had another upset too, as the 12-seeded team beat our 5th-ranked team.
Oh, there you go.
So we got a quarterfinal 12-13 matchup.
Yeah, it happens in this level, right? So
looks like our next one we're getting ready for is going to be on field 3 here. And this is our 3 versus 14, so 10-10A and 10-10U taking on 51-23A and 771-74Y. That's a mouthful.
Yeah. Double 7-17-4.
Now, where would those two teams be from? 7-7 and
you know what?
51 team. I got a list here.
He's got the list. There's no way I am saying that wrong because as you can imagine, all these digits, you don't want to make that mistake.
Okay, 5123A. I'm guessing
Fraser
that's
Heights.
Fraser Heights.
Yeah, I knew that one, Fraser
and
Heights.
7771. Okay, is that St. George's?
Yeah,
that's St. George's.
Yep.
Okay, all right.
So the other thing that happens here is different levels of different numbers. You don't know. We're lucky with 10-ton. We tend to have the same numbers.
Yes, thank goodness I find that easy.
Right, but there's lots of teams like St. George's is a different number in the IQ, the smaller robots, right?
Ah, okay.
And it's just like, I can't think of another team. The 10-ton, it has a thing called an FRC number, and it's 6364. So, they're license plates to cars, and it's a bit tough, right? But so we got St. George's and Fraser Heights on the one side, right? And 2 teams from here, local. We'll see how this goes, and as much as there's one dominant side or weaker side, it's a playoff game, and it's the toughness of a best of 1. Right?
Absolutely, anything can
death,
happen. Before you got here, Todd, we had a match on field 2 where the red team, right from the beginning, one of those loaded up and fell, and so but they still won. Because they got lots of, I'm starting to learn how this works. Yeah. They got lots of the orange cones in the towers, and they had a bunch of orange in their corner, and that multiplier won on the match.
Yeah, so their other alliance partner then went to, we're just going to go orange and hope the other guys can't outscore us, right?
Now, quickly before this one starts, if that robot that tipped over, if it's damaged, do they have to get it repaired quickly?
They got to get it repaired.
And if they
for
can't,
the next
do
match.
they have to go by themselves again?
Yeah, they'd have to go by themselves. Now,
okay.
Every team in an entire playoff series is allowed 1 3-minute timeout.
Okay.
But if you're trying to fix a robot in 3 minutes, hey, we're going to replace a motor. Even NASCAR teams can't replace a motor. Now, these are smaller motors and electric motors and stuff. Here we go. We see it fold out. Oh, they missed it. The one team missed in a time. Look at that.
Oh, are they going to get that in time? They are. I think they are, Todd. Oh, wow.
This will be the biggest stack.
Wow.
That is one of the biggest autonomous stacks I've seen of the year, to be honest.
Wow. And was that 10-10A?
Yeah, that's 10-10A.
Wow.
Right, so here they go. We're already running. For some reason, the refs could tell who won that one.
Yeah, I think that was an easy one.
That was a rather easy one to call.
10-10U's getting a good stack of orange and purple together there.
Yeah, the team's got to be careful because they shove them into that. They can also be. You can't shove the other robot in there either.
Oh yeah, I can see what you mean. Right.
Yeah, you can't just say, "Oh, they bumped it." No, you can't use the other robot as a weapon against its own stack.
Oh wow,
Right.
the 10-year squads, our 10-10 squads are doing pretty good in this match.
Yeah.
They got oh, that's not going to help.
Yeah, the as much as that hurt there in that way, the other thing that happened is you realize all those cubes are no longer in play.
So are none of those cubes in play?
No, the ones
Just
that are stood up,
but
everything that fell out, if they just now recalculate.
But the ones that are leaning up against the wall, they still count?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh no, those two I can see
so
now.
So those two won't, right?
I can just see it on the edge of the camera here. Yeah, if it's not sitting flat on it, it doesn't count. So that on when they saw it on the camera on the left side, the two that are leaning, no, they don't count.
Okay.
Right.
So they're going to be better off getting the purple ones in, the towers in, because they have more purples that are going to count, right?
So I'm going to see what they're going to do here. They may just now see what the other team's doing is they may not just playing what's called horde.
I was going to say, can we call that hoarding? Is that what you call it?
Yeah,
nice.
We literally call it
They're
hoarding.
just not going to let them get those cones,
yeah,
right?
You can't have them. We're not going to let you score them.
That's smart. That's smart.
So it's what you do when you have a. Now there's a danger to that too, because oh my God, look what he's trying to do.
He's trying to get the purple in, isn't he?
He was trying to drop it off the back of the
he
robot.
was, right?
Yeah, that's exactly.
Isn't that dangerous? No.
Yeah, it's dangerous, and I've seen teams do that in practice. I've never seen anyone try to do it in an actual match.
In a playoff game,
in
no
a
less.
playoff game. So there's no real risk to them, but the fact that they're practicing it means they're thinking games might get that close that it may be a necessary talent, right? So again, that definitely looks well. I know you've already had two upsets, but that doesn't look like an upset.
No, that looks pretty solid there.
That's pretty solid for the
three-seeded
Red
team,
Sox.
10-10A and 10-10U.
Yeah. So I'm not sure which ones.
I think, are we going over to field 4 now? I think we're going over to
field 4 now.
I think we're going to
forward there?
Yeah. So our top half of the draw is finished. It's going to be 1 versus 8 and 12 versus 13. Now we're working on the bottom half of the draw here. Looks like we're going to start on field 4. And this is 2A and 10-10S against 45-49A and 98549B.
There we go.
And they're doing autonomous right now.
I think we got one there, and we'll see. It'll be an easy score for the referees here. You'll see it flash up in a second on the screen. From our vantage point, we had a hard time seeing there. So we already got two robots stacking. Oh, there. The one robot was having trouble unfolding its tray.
Managed it seems to be stuck at the top.
Yeah. So what they're trying to do is they are trying to drive enough cubes in it to make it flip.
To force it to go, right?
They're literally using a little bit of pressure. So the deal is, there they go. They finally got it right. So the deal is you got to have enough elasticity or enough tension in this case to fold it out, but it can't fold out before the match starts.
Yeah, it has to all be down until it starts.
So
right?
These teams are even changing rubber bands to try to guess between matches how much it has to do, or they keep trying to redesign their mechanisms. Well, you see some of them use the arm to actually. Oh, that's a big tip over there. A double tip over. But you know what? The one team managed to drive into place and actually.
Looks like they recovered.
Look at the other teams already recovered too. Those are two nice recoveries. Wow. Okay. Let's see if they can. And they got a lot of purples there, so I think I know what color they're going for.
I think so.
Right. No, it's still misbehaving for them. Sometimes. I'd say until you've actually picked one of these cubes up and realize how slippery they are.
And they went down again.
Yeah, and so when you see the better teams, the top-tier teams do it, you're like, oh, that can't be that hard. No, it's that hard. Those trays they are holding are especially designed. They actually use different encoders on the thing to actually stand it up. It starts off fairly fast and then slows, then gives a little extra nudge. That's all pre-programmed in. So it's not just driving, it's what we call presets. So they program the presets, so even when they're driving, they have certain things they can do. But
now it looks like even with their collapse twice,
they finally got one up in the end there,
they got
right?
one up, and there's a score from our 4 versus.
Yeah, for 4 versus 13, definitely for 4 over 13, 30-12, right? Yeah, and you may see a little more.
Now, isn't that interesting? Because when it came up earlier, it had 4 as a DQ. So I wonder if maybe something has happened since then.
So the referees are allowed to review, right?
Okay.
They can't use video review.
Right.
But understand there's a lot of rules to this that we're not talking about today.
Yes.
Right? And if something's at first DQ'd, they may be that way, and then someone may say this or that. And if they can make a good case to the referees, and it makes sense with the rule system, they could be reinstated.
Okay. I think that must have what happened there, because I'm pretty sure I saw earlier on the screen that it had been a DQ. So now it looks like our 4 seed did get through then.
Yeah. So one of the weird things that can happen there too is if you can get DQ'd during autonomous, but all you should then do is lose
the 6 points.
The 6 points, you don't lose the match. And sometimes they click the wrong button. I mean, not that I'm guessing anybody here, but if you understand all the things the referees and timekeepers are doing, there's a reason why I'd rather be an announcer than be a scorekeeper. It's a pretty hard job.
There's a score now from our 4 versus 11, 58-2. Easy victory for our 4 seed.
Yeah, actually that's 6 and 11, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, 6 and 11. Thank you. Yep.
And that's not our surprising one. I mean, Enver Creek isn't a full academy in that sense, but Enver Creek has a good history in the province too, right?
And Enver Creek, that's a 45-49 team, correct? I think.
Yeah. Yep.
And they were teamed up with Burnsview.
Yep.
Okay.
And Burnsview is a.
They're pretty new, aren't they?
Yeah, they're about the same age as 10 ton.
Okay.
But again, another team. There was a match today. There was a 10 ton and a Burnsview team stacked 33. That was the match.
That was the match, right?
It was,
okay.
So it was actually a Burnsview match with 10 ton. So some Burnaby kids out here too. So see on there. I think where we're going there.
Looks like our second seed has got through, and they're going to play our 10 seed.
Yep.
A little bit of a minor upset as 10 beat 7.
Yeah, it's pretty. When you have a round of 16, we know pretty much 1 versus 16. But it's not like in a regular 8, 4, and 5 are close.
Right.
Usually,
7, 8, 9, 10 are usually going to be pretty close.
No, but this, because it's so close at that level, that now anything after about the first 4 or 5 seeds, it's kind of up for grabs in robotics, right?
Okay, looks like our first quarterfinal match has got going. I don't know if we have it up on the screen or not yet. It's on field 1. Oh, there we go.
That's our number 1 alliance versus. Should be able to see that.
Versus the 8 seed. This is the 1 versus the 8 seed. Yep.
Oh my, that looks like an 11.
How many is that?
I think it's at 11.
Wow, nice.
And in the other corner, I think they just did a 9 or a 10.
So
the Blue Alliance is in a bit of trouble here.
Yes, they are. Another big score from 10-10N and 7K. Yeah. Our friends from Alberta, I believe, 7K, right?
7K is registered in Alberta this year, yep. Both those teams were at the World Championships last year.
Absolutely, yes.
Which shouldn't surprise anybody. 7K is perennial, very good at skills, and 10-ton robotics tends to be a little better at tournament. They've also had top rankings in the world at some point. In fact, last year, for a while, the 10-ton team was in first in the world, and they weren't even trying for it. They just had a couple amazing students, but their pursuit has always been the tournaments themselves.
Right,
is what they want to specialize in. And both are absolutely valid, and I like watching both. They're slightly different skill set,
yeah,
but
absolutely.
Still amazing stuff, right?
So our 1 seed safely got through in that quarterfinal
They
match.
had so many hoarded at the end there. You notice they built a big stack on blue sides just to say, well, no, we don't need them anymore. But again, they were probably practicing that quick up and release because they may need that as going forward here, right?
Now, I think are we on field 2 now, or are we on field 3? What do you think?
I think we're going to end up on field 3.
Yeah, get her over to field 3 first, Troy.
So one of the hard things is when it's a bit like getting ready to launch just about anything. You can see them in there and trying to set up robots and stuff. Remember, these things all fold up and everything, and it's sometimes just hair triggered in there, so it's a bit of work. Right?
Actually, no, it looks like we are on field 2.
Oh.
Sorry, Troy, could you move her back to field 2?
Oh. We're making our camera person, giving
She's
her
working
exercise
hard
today.
She's working hard. Dylan's doing a great job.
Right. So, oh, man.
Okay, so they just did autonomous on field 2.
Yep. They'll do the call. I think Red got that.
Yes, they did. I can just see it now behind
okay,
one of the
there we
refs
go.
there.
Yep, oh, I see it on there.
Now,
All the way there.
what teams do we have here, Todd? Which
We have on the
with the
far,
12?
you can see the yellow jersey there in the background. That's Collingwood, and
Okay.
they're with 10 ton. And in fact, the history there is one young man from Collingwood there. He's actually was at 10 ton at point till he moved schools, and so they're actually pretty good friends, which isn't surprised that became an alliance. 2 good robots, and then they're like, "Hey, we know you."
Now
right?
look, they got a whole stack of pretty much all orange in their corner.
So you know which tower
So
they're going to try to do,
you know
right?
what tower they're going to try to do that.
So the Blue Alliance here, I don't think has looked over. They just tried to score an orange, and maybe almost lucky for them,
That they
it
didn't.
rolled off
Yeah,
the edge. Right?
absolutely.
Yeah, I think because they see.
Now they got lots of oranges too, though, but not
they
as
have
many.
4, but what happened? So that's hard to do. You're driving this robot, you're looking in close, and if you don't look over and go, "Oh man, they got more than us,"
Right.
you can get caught with that, right?
Yes.
Because remember what I said: these guys are driving a robot, and they're like any driving sport. It's really hard not to get tunnel vision.
Oh, in the far
Right.
corner there, we just had a few fall out of the ring.
Yeah, so we'll see who gets the next tower. May be the difference maker.
Oh, it looks like 95-94 is getting another one up, though.
Yeah, there it is. Nicely done. And let's see if we get one up in this corner, whether they go for towers. We're down to our last 30, a little less than 30 seconds. Oh, actually, we're down to our last dozen seconds.
They got one orange in now in the tower, so that should
But
help.
look at it. This is, can they, 91-81 get away from this? Bump. Oh, no, it's.
Can they get it?
Oh, it's hanging on there
They
by
got it.
thread.
They got it.
If anyone sneezes, that thing is going over, man. One of the big dangers, let's hope they don't do this, is if they whip around too quick, that large tray.
Yeah, because they can knock their own over.
We've
right?
seen a few teams do that today,
Yeah.
and it happens at every tournament. You get a little too excited and drive a little too fast, right? Our other ones are.
Now you see another score just come up again. The dominance
Well,
of the number
yeah.
1 seed, 83-15
83
over
to
the
15.
8. Yeah.
So I don't know if that's the highest score I've seen. No, it's not the highest score I've seen today, but it's close to it. It's and against a team trying to play you too.
Yeah,
it's not just like a broken robot, right? So, but you remember that was the one really big tower, right?
Yes.
So.
And they're just tabulating up on field 3 here. Looks like the 1010A and 1010U are going to get through there for sure.
Yeah, there's a lot.
I mean, oh my God, I just realized they have 4 orange cones in the towers.
Yeah, so it's times 5 all
and
the
they
orange
got
they have.
10, 11, 12. Oh my God, they got like 14 orange. So is that, am I
Yeah.
counting that right?
Yeah, so
that's
that'll
like
be about
70 points.
70 points just in orange. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty much over for green there.
And that's,
Or
you know, I
blue.
mean, that's a 3 versus 6, though. That's like, you know, that's a pretty good score.
Yeah. And so part of it's getting ahead, and then the other team has a little trouble with the robot or gets hung up or something disconnects for 1 second. It's like a lot of motorsports. You're one problem away from being out of the race, right? And that's tough on teams, but it's part of competitive robotics. I mean, if people watch BattleBot and stuff, which a lot of people have, you know, it's one lucky hit and all of a sudden your robot's done.
Yeah,
right?
just like that.
And it's similar to that aspect that these things run 8 motors. There's a brain system. There's a whole sensor system, and they are student-built, designed. And I know from maybe your camera view, it mainly looks like they're all very, very similar. If you actually look at the subtleties of they kind of evolved to the same place. They're all very different robots in some of the design elements, right? But of course, evolution affecting a game, and
Yes.
you know, everyone sort of ends up with the same kind of thing. I think we see blue there is got a whole bunch of greens. I think we're going to see an interesting tactic here. They may be going for greens. We'll see if they get it.
That top one's not looking too steady, though.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get up in the corner. So they've only got.
Uh-oh. Oh, they got it.
They got it. Now
I
they
think.
get out of there. They got to get out of there. They got to get out of there. Can they do it?
Yes. Now they got to get some greens in the towers.
Now, if you notice, so blue's going to try to go get that last one.
Well, they got lots of time. There's 38
Oh,
seconds.
no, that was the end of it.
Yeah,
They got a little
too greedy, maybe?
Well, they knew they needed a large stand-up, so it may not. There's still a chance here.
Yeah, there's still 30 seconds.
Yeah, still 30 seconds. There's only so much. We'll see what happens the last few seconds here. We're going to see if they can.
They got 10 seconds to get that up.
I don't think they're going to. I think they're just going to try to keep their orange in there, just by bumping him a little bit. So that's what they're doing. They're keeping him away from those two orange towers because they know with that they had it.
Right, absolutely.
So there was pretty aggressive defense you saw played, right? You can't trap, you can't pin. There's some rules that way. It's hard to explain, but now they look pretty clear. I don't think we'll see any DQ there. It looks like to me, blue had a whole bunch of green in there, a stack there, but there's the three stacks that the red side had, so it definitely looks like it went to red on that time. And there's
another big score.
3-1, 2 versus 10, 74-9. Where it's going to get interesting is as we compress here the next round, and all of a sudden you'll see some big collisions of points here, and the tactics will change slightly as we get to the higher levels, like hockey can, and like a lot of other sports can. Once you get to that little more defense, styles will change slightly.
Yeah.
And I think Tim would like that best.
Yeah, Tim wanted 2. I think he wanted field 2.
Tim wanted those 2. Yeah. It's easier to run the computer. Head refs just making sure where we want to run our finals.
So maybe there was some, because it is saying that 13 did make the semifinals. So remember we were wondering about whether 4 had been DQ'd or not, and then it looked like they hadn't. But if I'm reading that right, 13 did get through. So they must have got the win over 4. Right?
So I'm not quite sure what we saw there. Now there is a brief possibility that the other side screen showed up for a split second.
Oh, you know what? Yes.
And I didn't read it quick enough.
No, that's true. That's absolutely true. Yeah.
So unless you look, there's right underneath where it says Empire, elimination bracket, it says Empire. That might have just said Rebel.
Okay.
And it would have been the other division. So
then
understand we're in a linked computer system
here,
It
looks like we got 3 of our top 4 seeds through.
Yep.
But one semifinal should be 10-10N and 7K, our number 1 seed, against our 13 seed. 9594A M and 1010H, and then we have the 2-3 matchup in our other semifinal, which we're going to get
very suspected,
which we'll get going on fields 2 very shortly.
Yep. We're gonna.
Now you had mentioned earlier that some teams in other terms have already qualified for BC. So if one of these teams has already qualified, and let's say they win it, does it then drop down to another team that gets invited? How do they decide that?
So no, it's more boy, this is a complex one.
Sorry, Todd.
Hey man, Paul nails me to the wall here with a tough question. So within any tournament, there's a certain number of qualifications. This one happens to have 10, so it's so big. So everyone who makes the finals qualifies, and then there's some awards after called excellence.
Right, I talked about that a bit earlier.
But if you've double qualification at this tournament, then it drops to skills scores. Remember I said at the beginning of the day?
Oh, correct. Yes.
But that doesn't apply for other tournaments.
Okay.
So if all these teams had already qualified and make the playoffs, we're not going to qualify a new team from this. But here's the important part. All the teams that did well at skills today, they now bump up the rankings in the province. And once we get to the end of the year, if you haven't qualified, they start down the skills ranking.
That way.
So at any tournament,
it's all very important.
All have every match and every skills run, everything becomes important. So if you manage to do a really good skills run at this tournament or the last one at another school, you may be in the running for making playoffs. If you're on the Empire side here, and this turns out to be the more strong side,
right?
What that means is you are at a disadvantage that way. You get to qualify against other teams that didn't have to play them because of your skill scores is there.
Right.
Yeah, so the one thing I can say is you can expect slight complication. Remember, this whole system is designed by a bunch of engineers and scientists.
What are you saying, Todd?
What am I saying? These people really like math and are quite good at it, right?
Absolutely.
So, but the nice thing is for the kids is there's lots of ways to qualify.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it doesn't become, it doesn't discourage good teams from keeping playing, and it doesn't discourage teams that are learning to keep going too.
Okay,
And
here's
we
our
want both of those.
Here's
Oh,
our
here we
first
are.
semifinal underway. 1 versus 13, and the autonomous has just ended. Now, oops.
Oops, they missed that up. But I don't know if they got the other touch.
So is there any points in that autonomous?
I don't know. We'll see.
That could be a 0-0 tie.
Yeah, or it could be Blue got it because they got 1 point in, the other two tipped over.
Ah.
Blue just got it. So the underdogs, underdogs are ahead.
They're ahead already, 6-0.
So we may have a big upset here. We'll have to see how this goes. Once this goes, once it starts, I suspect they'll pull it. Yeah, see, they immediately pulled their tower down. Did you see that?
I did notice that, yeah.
Because they're like, yeah, it's only 4. We're not going for
worth
that.
it, yeah. Oh, they're quite tightly congested there, aren't they?
Yeah, so the one team's trying to run into a 7Ks robot, which is the one that has all the cubes right now.
Okay.
And the other 10-ton team actually ran interference for them to help just make it harder to run that resistance. Now, they may go and start bumping in that corner because that corner where they try to stack, you're not protected. So if someone runs in you and tips over there until you let go of it.
And then they lost all their green ones there. All of them.
And you know what? That was their own alliance partner that ran into them.
Oh,
yeah.
No.
They were trying to keep off the defender, and their tray got hooked into their own partner, right? So that's one of the tough things going on here is these giant trays. Right? Do we have another one hooked there? I think we might. Oh, they managed. Oh, have they got? Oh, no, they're tied together.
Yes, they are.
This could be the end of our number one alliance, and the other one's broke too. Boy, wouldn't that be a weird way to end up? So what are they going to do? They're just going to try to stand and maybe break something? They got to find a way out. They're going to have to.
Only 30 seconds left.
Yeah, but the other teams broke down too. So welcome to competitive motorsport and robotics because sometimes, but we have the one tall tower, so then right now the number one alliance is sitting in the right place. The other robot, so this.
Oh, they're back. They're
back. Can they get it in time?
10 seconds. 10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Oh, no.
Red dug in, so that was red coming over and giving them a smack. Oh, I see what it is. Blue's actually tangled red there. I couldn't see the plate because of the monitor.
Okay, so
that was a blue and a red. So there's going to have to be an interesting discussion among the refs.
What just happened in that match? How are they going to score that?
Well, I think right now it's pretty clear that if you just look at block cubes right now, Red's won that.
Yeah, I would think
so,
But
there's going to have to be quite a discussion about. Yeah, so we had a controller disconnect there, but so what the referees will tend to decide whether they think it's field generated or whether it's machine generated.
Oh, here comes our referee now.
So maybe say something about the airplane mode. We'll get them to do that. You're gonna have to yell it from there because they. At the same time, the field is okay. Yeah. Yeah. So one of the things we have is the kids. Some of the kids maybe have too few. So we use a Wi-Fi connection system.
Right.
So if you're driving and you have your cell phone in your hoodie pocket, which is right beside your controller.
That's a no-no?
That's a no-no. Because they're both trying to, and it's not always interferes, and some people argue it doesn't. I'm just not willing to bet that flooding two radiations like that together, I mean, it's not dangerous radiation, but if they're flooding those two together like close, it can interfere, and it even says in the rules manual.
Why would you want to risk that, though?
Yeah, it even says in the rules manual, you turn your phone to airplane mode, or turn it off and put it in someone else's pocket.
Exactly.
You don't need it for the 5 minutes in the match. And so,
kids, you can survive without your cell phone for 5 minutes.
Yeah. That's a good lesson for all of us, not just kids.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, we just watched one of the students out of that match ran and gave his phone to the parents.
Okay, smart.
Good idea.
Smart move.
Yeah.
So we're still trying to figure out, I guess, what's going to happen over there.
So what's going to be the argument? So the argument on the blue side is that red entangled them, not vice versa.
Okay.
And the referees will make as good a call as they can on that.
Yep,
you know, it's like anytime you're a ref, who tripped who and those kind of things, right?
Absolutely.
And one of the rules is we're not allowed to use video replay.
Right.
in the near future we may allow that, but of course it's a whole other thing we don't want yet.
Yeah.
And honestly, I've seen some video review of this, and most of the time it's really good because, I mean, there are 4 or 5 referees dealing with 4 robots. So it's not like, there's a big football team and there are even 6 officials on the field. There's only 6 and there's 22 other players.
And it's
right?
like any officiating, they have to make a call. They have to, determine based on what they see on what the call they have to make, and you got to respect that.
Yeah, so I see the discussions having, and so again, the nice thing is most of our referees are professional engineers, and we can actually and they'll listen to kids very carefully about rules and also about some of the technical aspects through the robot. So they'll make sure it's all cool, and you may not be happy when you win or lose, but in the end they should be able to work out something reasonable, right? So
Carrie. Okay, so it looks like we're going to get our second semifinal. I guess we still haven't seen a determination yet of what happened in the first one.
I have no way to announce. Oops.
Hey folks, can you listen up real careful? Can you maybe go to airplane mode on your phones? We're starting to get more and more interference, and that is you on your phone for some reason, your Wi-Fi. The teams at the field should be very cognizant of it, especially if you're at the field. And if you're driving a robot, you are totally risking your robot. The closer you are to the field, the worse it is. So even if you're in the stands and you don't want them crashing, you might consider it. It's causing some interference with so many of us in the stands watching. That's all.
And we do have the result in, and our number 1 seed got a big scare. They got a big scare, but they pulled it out 13-10.
Yeah,
so they will advance to the final.
There are no doublers in there, and the fact that 6 points looks pretty huge now, right?
Yeah, doesn't it? Almost.
If they'd have got the 6, it wouldn't have even looked close because it would have been 19-4.
All right, we got our autonomous going now in our second semifinal match.
So once this match is done, all 4 of these teams will so the teams that go through here and the teams that just went through will all qualify for the provincials. And I think so far both of them have. So the other teams that did well at skills today will be very interested in that. They'll want to know if they're maybe going, and it'll take us a while to determine that.
We got a flurry of action here.
We have
got robots bumping. We got giant stacks moving. A lot going on early.
So we're playing a fair bit of defense here, which is totally legit. You got to be careful where you do it and when you do it. But so you notice he hassled him right up to when he stacked that,
and then
he backed up because he doesn't want to get caught with the. So if he runs into him after he lets go and pushes him in, then it could be a DQ. So
he
that
lost
went
a
over.
stack. The blue team did in the corner there.
So, and you notice most of these robots aren't going for this. I suspect as the season goes on a little bit more here, we will see more robots maybe going for that entire giant center tower.
Right.
But right now, the 1 point or even the doubling, I know it sounds funny, just isn't worth it compared to some of the other things they can do.
Right.
As we get
10-10Z going for another big tower. I thought they were knocking it over, but they got it.
Wow,
they got it.
There was some, as much as I talk automation, there was some touch in that square.
Oh, absolutely.
That was just enough to get it in and not so much to let it tip over.
That was some driving skill right there.
Yeah, definitely some driving skill there.
Although Blue's not out of this. They're
Blue's in there.
They got a couple smaller stacks in the back corner, a big one here.
Yeah, so now this has actually become a true tower battle. Whoa, and Blue got a green right at the last second. This is going to be a close call.
Yeah, I think that green's the only one in, right?
There's an orange.
That orange one on the far side count, Todd? Even though it's being touched by?
Yes. Well, actually, it depends. It may not. So
okay.
I can't see from here, but there's a clear line inside, and if any part of it goes below that, it counts.
Okay.
So looking from here, I actually don't think so, but I don't have the best angle at that. So I think it's one orange and one green. Right, so it's going to depend on who's got the number of greens and oranges and. Sorry, they're all stepping in front of you there. So they're all going over to
shaking hands.
So they don't even know who's won, and they're congratulating each other, which is kind of weird. Yeah. So what? Yeah. So that one right behind that guy's elbow. There you go.
Get a close up on that.
Oh,
one.
I see. No, I don't think that's a count because if you look real careful, part of the top part of the they have no idea. Watch this. Hey, Caden.
Boys. Move.
Look at the camera, guys.
They're all so excited.
They're all counting, right? Yeah, that's funny, right? Oh, man, right. Well, honestly, they're not used to having a camera around the event is all it is, right? So I think that's above the thing, and it's not going to count, right? So it'll only be one orange?
So one orange and one – is there one – there's one here, too.
Yes,
the green.
The green definitely counts. So okay. It depends, and I think there's just as many greens over there.
Yeah, I think there is. I think
so it looks like it's going to be red, but not by much.
The red is going to squeak it out.
Yep, it's red by not by much, right? So it's.
And then if that's the case, then we'll have the 1 and 2.
We'll have 1 and 2 playing here.
1 and 2 playing in the final.
Right, so and then with that becomes a best of 3.
Oh, so the championship.
Yeah, I believe it is at this level. It's a best of 3.
And then now after the Empire Championship, they will then play.
And we may have a slight delay, and then they'll come down.
Help me out with my Star Wars again. What's it called up there?
Rebellion.
Rebellion. Thank you. They'll play the Rebellion champion.
I just took your nerd badge away. Sorry, man. You can't even name the Empire and the Rebellion, Paul. Come on, man.
It's pretty embarrassing. I admit it.
You're not going to tell them they're currently playing on the Darth Vader field, right? Right.
Are we waiting with the finals until the top guys are done, or?
No, we'll do the finals, and then we have one more finals after. And the finals is the best of 3.
Let's just roll.
You've gotten so used to best of 1, now you're saying best of 3 is wrong.
Let's just roll.
And now we're looking at that last matchup, that 2 versus 3 matchup, and it was indeed 9181C from Siakwam and 1010Z from West Vancouver with 54 points to 40 points for the blue team, both from our 10-ton program. So we have a 1 and 2 matchup final here in the Empire.
And just to give you how close that was, imagine if you swung that 6 points instead of 54-40.
Yeah.
All of a sudden it's like
46.
46.
Yeah, no,
that
can
autonomous was the decisive factor in that one, right? So, sometimes the match is over in the first 15 seconds, but of course, if you backed off at all on that one, no, it wouldn't have been.
For sure.
So that's sort of once you start to know the rules, you can actually, it's pretty exciting to watch.
I get it now. I didn't see that. The Darth Vader field. Yeah, I see the sticker. I didn't see that.
There you go.
We have General Grievous field here.
Yeah, I know so I got some heat over that because he's not really a Sith Lord like Darth Maul and Darth Vader and Sidious, but he's a bad guy, right?
Well, I was going to question you on that.
There you go. Yeah, sure you were.
I have no idea.
Okay, you ready?
I have no idea what you're
ready?
About.
So on the other field, it's Skywalker.
I know that one.
Yoda.
I know that one. Yeah.
Okay. Rey and Obi-Wan.
Okay.
Okay.
I know those ones. 3 of those I know.
Yeah, but the one you don't know isn't the Jedi. See?
Okay.
Well, she's Jedi-like, but Rey's from one of the last movies. So poor Paul, I'm going to try to educate him on Star Wars here while we're watching a robot tournament. The interesting for me during my time here, and think about this, is I'm that old. I graduated in 79. Star Wars is a brand new year-and-a-half-old movie. Okay. And imagine that time I'm graduating from school and someone says, one day you're going to teach competitive robotics in high school. I'd say, CP30 and R2D2 had guys in those, right? They're not really robots.
That's right. Yeah.
And now it's not just movie industry doing it. We have students here at high school and doing quite sophisticated stuff.
It's crazy, isn't it? I mean, it really, really is.
It's how far and how fast. The fact that some of the stuff runs autonomously, what they design and build and everything, it's a pretty neat process. It's quite amazing to see how far they've come and how fast. And lots of these kids, we had a student last year graduate out of our program here who got a full ride scholarship to Harvard University for mechanical engineering.
Just amazing. Eh?
Yeah, and so that's Ariel, and I was hoping to see her today. She just got back today. What? She didn't immediately run out to the tournament. I couldn't imagine why she'd be jet lagged, right? But yeah, so we have some amazing students like that who've done some quite neat things. So we currently have a timeout for the Blue Alliance. Is that running somewhere? There it is.
Oh, so they get, as you mentioned before, so they get a 3 minutes.
A 3-minute timeout once the referee started.
I'm presuming there's something on their robot they're trying to correct or fix right now, and that's why they use their timeout?
Yeah, so everything goes perfect. You can switch a motor in these in 3 minutes.
You really can, eh?
Yeah, if everything goes perfect, it's
I love your analogy to like the pit crew, like literally get it in there and get your wheels changed and get your, whatever, right?
And we don't have a live feed of that pit. Maybe it's not best. Let's not put any more pressure on those kids, right? But yeah, so they'll be struggling away trying to get whatever's broken fixed. And literally, if they can't do it in time, their partner will do their best all alone.
So the 3-minute timeout is for both of the teams in that line. They couldn't call a second one, right?
So if the next robot breaks in the next match, they got to fix it in the times the refs in the field take to set, right?
Okay.
So it's a little longer than 3 minutes because, of course, we don't have to start it till the field sets. The field was set, and that's why we then got the 3-minute delay. And the refs may let the other team cool too. So. Pardon me.
As you can see back here, we're just going to get a pan of the crowd, which is getting bigger and bigger here. As teams get eliminated or done, most of them stick around. They want to see what's going to happen in these finals. They want to watch. You can see as we're sort of panning the crowd upwards, it's starting to fill up here in our bleachers at West Vancouver.
Yeah, and remember, there's a whole other side here. So
yes, exactly. Yeah. Now, are they on schedule with us? Do you know? Or
I think they're slightly behind.
Okay.
So if I'm representing the Empire, that's the Rebel Alliance. Of course they're behind.
Of course.
Right. I'm kind of running the Empire Alliance, and of course I wore black, and the guy wearing the Rebel wore white.
Naturally.
Unintentionally, but no, seriously.
Oh, no, really? It just happened that way?
Hey, wait. Oh, okay, yeah, we got this, right? So we'll see how it works. I mean, both sides have their strengths. I don't know who's going to, because they did get to see a little bit of the play over the Rebel side, a little different emphasis, a little more defensive play. What I noticed, and that's just by luck, because when the teams show up in the day, we assign it.
Right.
It's not east versus west or north-south kind of thing. It's literally a...
Well, now we see our teams are getting ready. 30 seconds left in this timeout, but we see our teams are getting ready now on field 2.
They'll get ready, so they probably got the repair done. And sometimes, so a weird thing I have seen happen in absolute finals where it's now down to best of one. I've actually seen a bad break where the team has called a timeout, run another timeout, and the alliance they're playing against has called and used their own last timeout because there's no use having it to give them 6 minutes. I've actually watched that several times, and it speaks to the level of competition.
Absolutely.
They want to. One is that we really want to beat you guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the second is they all know what that could feel like. When
it's also great sportsmanship too.
It's
right?
true, right? And I mean, of all the cool awards we have for build and amaze and everything, we have a sportsmanship even in robotics, right? It's not for the robots, it's for the students.
Not for the robots, right.
The robots are very poor sports, we discover. They drive in and tangle each other up, smash each other as often as they can, but the students that drive them are amazing, good sports. So we're getting ready to launch here. We have 7K and 1010 N on one side and 91, 81. Pardon me.
It's looks like 95-40, 95-94M.
No,
And 10, no, that's not right, is it? No, we should have 1 and 2, right?
yeah, no, they're down. You gotta go. There's one more.
Oh, yeah, that's the other screen, right.
There we go. We'll get to it. So that's it's already played.
Yeah,
we're
that one's
missing one
already played.
more
We're
screen
missing
now.
one more screen.
But it's 91-81 and 10-10 Zulu or Zed.
So that's 91. That's Siakom, right?
Yep.
Okay.
And so in fact we have 4 of our stronger teams here in the province.
Okay. Here
Right.
we go.
So there we go. We have things.
Buddy, you gotta move.
There we go. Oh, just tipped the autonomous over. Tipped an autonomous over.
Is there going to be no scoring there?
No.
Oh, no,
one
there is.
stayed,
There, one stayed.
fell.
Yep, yep.
So it's going to be blue. Red's
All
up
right.
against it again.
They're down 6-0 again.
Here we go. Didn't seem to affect them much last time.
Oh, there's a mass huddle in the
there's
middle there.
One, you noticed. I remember I said there'd be no holes barred.
Definitely.
You're going to have to. You just keep driving, though. You keep trying to get by. Let's see.
Well, there's our first tower going up, or our first
Whoa,
stack.
and
Sorry.
that's either 10 or 11. I'm trying to guess the height here. Didn't get a good view of it before it went off camera. Whoa, oh.
Uh-oh.
Whoa. I don't know. You can't tip on purpose. They got to be careful with that.
A lot of contact in this match.
Yeah, so now they're in there. They got to be really careful because do you see the way they turned the robot?
Yes.
They're entirely in the zone, and they did that on purpose so the other
So
team
they couldn't get him, right?
had to back off. And now here we go with our first stack.
Well, Red's off to a good start here with their stacks, that's for sure.
Yeah, so what we'll probably see now, if they get this one, they're going to try to play a starvation score
They're going to
game.
go horde now, right?
Yeah, they're definitely going to try to do it.
Yeah, they're in a good.
The Blues in a good. The Blues got more up. Blues got a double corner in
They
the
do.
one
They
the
do.
one corner.
Yes, they
but
do.
they don't have anything in this
in
corner.
this near one, right? Yeah.
So overall, Red's still leading, but this is a hard-fought match. It's and
there's
if you notice, there's no extra cubes left.
No, they're fighting over the last few. Okay, what do we got?
There's only like 5 or 6 laying on the ground out of 66.
Wow, that's a good match.
That was amazing. Even the announcers clapping for that one. That was, and 2 cool strategies. Once Blue realized they couldn't do what they did, they built 2 bigger stacks.
They did.
Right.
And now what do we got for? We got 2 purples, 1 green, and 1 orange in the.
So
in
it
the towers,
depends
right?
who, and I can't immediately tell from here.
No,
This
I can't
is
either.
close.
This is really close.
Now, one of the things you can always tell if you're on the sidelines, watch the students, and if they're all kind of pointing and doing this weird count thing, you know how it's really close.
Yeah,
to
yeah,
Because they're
absolutely.
trying to figure it out, right? I think Red got that by my quick in my head, but I'm
think
not so
I-
bold as even to guess.
I think so too. But then I'm looking. Look at all the purples they have in their
Yeah,
corner,
and
and they're
there's-
double stack.
Yeah,
1,
and
2,
there's
3,
2. It may
4, 5,
just be
6, and
enough.
8. They have 11 purples there. That might
Which
be the
is gonna be
difference
44,
because they'll
yep.
get the extra multiplier.
So that'll be 11 times 3 or 4 because, see, it goes 2, 3. So pardon me, 3.
Yeah.
So there's 33 there. And is there even an orange? And yeah, there's an
there's
orange.
one orange over here. Yeah.
One orange
One
over
there,
here.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think Blue got that. That's my guess.
Okay.
I think we've got an upset.
You can look on the kids'
Now you can see
faces
the
right now. They're
calculators
all
come
like,
out.
yeah, they're all trying to. Oh, there they got their phone. They're trying to add it up. They're trying to add it up.
I think in the end that went just. It is so darn close.
We're hearing rumors of a tie. Are we hearing rumors of a tie? No way.
Is it really?
No way. Is it a tie?
Holy crow! If that
Is
when
it
you-
actually a tie? Is that what it is?
seems to be. There's reaction on the field and everything indicates to me a tie. And it was like double and triple counting and stuff. So after 66 objects slamming around for 2 minutes, scoring autonomously, and the possibility of anywhere between 0 and about 80 points for both sides, we end up with a tie.
So what do they do?
They're going to play another match right away.
Okay. So are they still a best of 3 now, or?
Yeah, it still will become a best. So they'll let us know what's up.
56,
there
56.
It is. 56,
there it is.
56. Our first match is a tie.
Is that,
wow.
have you seen any ties yet? That's our first one of the day, isn't it?
That's the first major one. I saw a few teams were having some trouble in a breakdown, but
right. But
a
not with scoring like that.
Tie is not a tie, right?
Wow.
Yeah, 56. That means there's 112 points scored in that match. So you remember when you said something like, 76 to 10 or something?
Yeah, but that's
a total of 86 points.
That's 112.
There was 112 points scored here.
What a great match.
Very hard.
How appropriate is that for that to be the final two, to have a tie right away?
Yep. So. I'm live on web. How are you doing? just let me sign out here just for 1 second.
Yeah, please go do. Absolutely, go for a visit. I got it. They're setting the field now. You're good. Go ahead.
Marina, it's okay.
All right, so we had our first championship final. 1 and 2 seeds going against each other, and in the end, nobody won. We had a tie of 56 all. Total of 112 points. Doesn't get much more exciting than that. All right, there are field setters, our volunteers, elementary kids working hard in there, resetting this field to get it ready for the rematch. We also have our other gym still finishing up, and the winner from the other gym, of course, will come down and play the winner of this 1-2 match we have going here, which, as I said, just finished in a tie. Once again, welcome all of you here to SportsCanada.TV for our live webcast of our Return of the Robots Robotics tournament, featuring teams from all over British Columbia and a couple from Alberta. We're down to our last championship match, coming to you live from West Vancouver Secondary on SportsCanada.TV. So excited to be bringing you this. My name is Paul Eberhardt. I work here in the West Van School District as a vice principal for our academy programs. I've been joined for most of this broadcast by our head coach of our 1010 West Van Robotics Academy, Mr. Todd Ablett. Also like to give a shout out to the other members of our Robotics Academy who work with our students and who have been volunteering their whole weekend here helping out. We have Carrie Wilson, Dr. Mahesh Chagani, and Jerry Espenhain, who is the teacher of our new engineering academy as well. I want to thank them for all their work they do with our kids and all their help in this tournament. We're just getting our rematch reset again. We have the number 1 seeded team, which is 1010N from West Vancouver, who teamed up with 7K from Airdrie, Alberta. And they're going to be taking on the number 2 seed, Siakam Seahawks, 9181C, and another one of our 10-ton teams, 1010Z. They're just getting that field reset, ready to go. Going to be hard for them to compete with the drama of that first one, which ended in a 56-56 tie.
It's a lot more relaxed when you're a judge. It's literally judge. You're not competing,
Hope you're enjoying this broadcast, our first ever broadcast of the Robotics Championships here from West Vancouver Secondary. We're just waiting for our final to start. All right, so hopefully we'll get this second rematch going in a few minutes. They'll restart it again with another autonomous match and then get to the full match again. See the team screen now. It looks like a timeout is being called for here. Let's see if they take it. I think our Siakam West Van team, this 9181C and 1010Z, I think are taking a timeout here. They're now chatting with the referee. I'm not sure what's happened here, if they had an issue with their robot or not getting it started. Hopefully not. let's see what's going on, if they get that timeout or not. I know a timeout had previously been used, so maybe they don't have one left. I'm not sure. Okay, and it looks like the referee's telling them that they got to get ready. They got to get ready to go. The referee's now coming over to chat with them again. Troy, can you get a close up there of the ref? Get a close up there of the ref. Okay, so the referee is now inspecting, just checking to make sure that everything's all good to go in there. See, they're working on the robot. There's obviously some issue with it. Trying to get a little closer there to see what's going on. Referee's now coming around. Looks like he's going to have a chat with our technical group. And you see that they're feverishly working on that robot there, trying to get it ready to go. Now, yes, they are in a timeout. Sorry, it is up on the screen now. I couldn't see it because the refs were blocking it. So they are officially in a timeout. And it looks to me like there's 49 seconds left maybe in the timeout. Again, I can't see it on the screen because the refs are blocking it, but they're trying to get it fixed now. The other team is 2.5 minutes. So they're in a full timeout. And as you can see in the bottom right corner of the screen, they are feverishly working on trying to fix the problem of this particular robot that's not running properly right now. Hopefully they can get it fixed in time. It'd be a shame after that opening round 56-56 tie if all of a sudden now it's not working. All right, just under 2 minutes to go left in their timeout. See if they can get their robot corrected here in our championship final of the Empire Tournament.
Oh, like on a Saturday? I was running a little bit
As
late.
SportsCanada.TV presents Return of the Robots.
Yeah. Holy crap.
There seems to be some fairly high-level discussions going on here as they are trying to get this robot back in shape. I think it's 1010Z. I believe it's 1010Z that is trying to get their robot ready. I think the 9181 Siakam robot is good. All right, let's see now. They've got their controllers back in place. They got one of the Penguins out there who's helping them just to make sure that the fields are good and that the plugins are working. Both teams checking those out now too. Okay, last 30 seconds remaining of this timeout period. We got everybody working, not only the teams, but we got our Penguin Robotics experts out there trying to make sure everything's good to go. A little bit of drama going on here prior to getting our championship final started. You can see on the left side of the screen there, or my left, that's Tim from Penguin Robotics getting everything connected and working properly. Oh, they got their handy power drill out there again, trying to fix it. If they can't get this, no, it looks like they're getting the field set back up again. So hopefully they got all the problems resolved. Thank you for your patience here. The gym is now getting packed. I'm guessing that the upper gym is now finished. And everyone's coming down now to watch this championship match.
Right. You don't really think about that, but you're so into your robot.
Just trying to see if they're have everything ready to go now. Hey, boys, you cannot sit there. You're blocking people. Okay, thank you.
There we go. Thank you. Yeah, we getting ready here?
Well, there's all kinds of issues.
We head on out.
Okay. Well, nice seeing you. We'll see you soon, Rita.
So these guys took a timeout, and they were feverishly trying to fix it. Now the robotics, the Penguin guys came out and were trying to fix. So I'm not sure what's going on. Tim was just out there fixing something. I think they're finally ready now. I think they're finally ready now. I think so.
Yeah. I think we had a minor field repair in there.
We
too,
did, and we had a
maybe.
timeout. We had everything. Here we go.
Holy crow, is that an amazing autonomous. Wow, that's a 7
That's a
point.
7. Yeah, that's a 7. Oh,
Whoops, sorry.
Todd.
Paul and I just banged heads if you didn't hear it. The large empty ringing noise was my head.
Because, I mean, they got 5 over here, too, so that's
yeah,
pretty good,
so
too.
that's crazy.
So that's going to
so
be
red
6
goes
points.
This time, 6 this way.
Yep.
The pressure's back on blue this time. If you remember last time, blue won. So
all right,
now
here
let's
we go. A second run at it now after a 56-56 tie.
Yep. So we'll see we'll see if they adopt different tactics. So what they're doing there a little bit is they're playing a little bit of follow the leader. If you both drive around, it's hard to be the second guy to be hit, and those posts make pretty good blockers themselves, right?
Absolutely.
So if you notice, there's some interesting stuff going on now. Red's got to be careful there because you can't just drive people into inappropriate places. If that makes sense, is you can't drive them into your protected
Right
zone.
now, Red, I noticed, just knocked down their own ones in the corner here. They had that 5 stack here, and now it's gone. They knocked it down.
Yeah, that was actually blue.
Oh, that was blue. Sorry.
Or we'll have to see what happens there. Or if someone got shoved into that corner, you can't push them in
Right.
and make them DQ'd.
Right.
Right? Otherwise, that's see like. Red ran up to where blue was there. Oh, they just got pushed out of the way. They almost had it in.
They did.
So what blue's doing really well compared to red is still stacking the cube slightly better. But what blue's doing is they are scoring towers a little better. So that's partially how they got it last time. Right?
Yes.
Oh, man.
And they got a big one coming here. They got a big one going up.
Is that their first one? Let me see.
No, they got a second one already
Oh,
there.
so here we go again.
Oh, this is going to be huge. 8 seconds. They got it. They got it.
So we're going to see how this pays out. My immediate impression to that is probably, oh, man.
Okay, so I count 23 on the red side.
Yeah, but it's all going to be about colors.
It is.
So I see.
Well, I count 22 on the blue side.
But I see 3 orange towers is times 4 for oranges.
Yes, you're right. Yes.
So it depends on the differential.
Well,
and
this front corner here, they've got all
orange.
They got all orange in that. But there's some good orange numbers in the back too.
Yeah. So this is going to come, but there's only one purple tower this time.
Yes.
And I think there's more purple even on the other side.
I think you're right.
On the red side.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
This could be another pretty close one, though, couldn't it?
Yep.
All right, you see them feverishly trying to add everything up.
I don't know about feverishly, but sure.
I thought that was a good descriptive word,
Especially in the other gym, it's really hot. All the adding up there is feverishly. Right? So you have no idea at all why I'd say this is the Hoth room and the other is Dagobah, right?
Yeah. No.
Yeah, no. Okay.
I wouldn't.
Some of your listeners will go, well, obviously you're in the colder gym and the other gym's warm.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So that
Two
must
planets,
be
right?
Two planets.
And so the bizarre thing is, sometimes in winter here we get some weird effects for this building, and
yes, we do.
this building was built. This part, the gym we're in, was actually built before There it is. Red wins
Okay,
48-39. Right? So that means Red lead because the first one was a tie.
Right. So now
if Red can win this one,
it's over.
it's over. If Blue can win this
Would
one,
they play again?
we got to play one
Because
more
you got
time.
one win,
'Cause it's
one
a
loss,
best of
and one
three.
tie. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
It's a best of 3 with a tie in there, right? And unlike sudden death overtime stuff, there is no sudden death in that sense. What happens is they just play another match.
They would just
The-
play
the
a full match?
Full match
Okay,
again. The most
okay.
I've ever seen is 3.
Really, eh? Triple
Yeah,
overtime.
Triple overtime, right? Yeah. It's pretty rare and really tough in this game. That 56.
Well, I imagine
56.
this game. I remember from last year's game, probably would have had more ties.
Yeah,
because there was less
max
scoring.
score
and,
would
right?
be like 44 points or something, right?
So
max.
this game would be less likely for ties. Although I remember from talking to you last year, as you get more closer to the finals and the top better teams, the scores do tend to get a lot closer, right?
Yeah, and it's just a matter they're all that good, right? Early in the season, you get a lot of inconsistency in the robots and the driving and all that, and even some of the strategies, to be honest. And then as it goes on and on and on, it gets better and better and better. Even here, so it's only about halfway. Our season really starts here in Western Canada in September because of our school year.
Right.
And by April is World Championship. So we, at the end of February, will be our provincials, which is only a couple months away.
And what are the dates of that again, Todd?
February 29th.
And that's going to be
it's
here again?
right here.
Right? Yep.
Yeah, if you happen to be in the West Van area and you want to come and see an interesting robotics event, it's free to the public, and you can come see, and we'll have 40 of the top teams from around the province, right? So it'll be a higher average level than this.
Yeah, absolutely.
You'll see a lot of the same teams, but you'll see pretty high level. Outside to be taking the same place, we'll actually have a middle school provincials running in the other gym, where it was the Empire Gym this time. So.
And how many teams would take part in that one?
A much smaller number, probably about 16, rather than the 40 that'll be here. Middle school is a really new development here for us.
Well, it's not a concept that in Canada we really, certainly BC, that we really have, right?
No, and so recently they changed the rules so it could be by age.
Right.
So that was
So more of our kids
honestly,
cannot
I was one of the
qualify,
guys fighting for that for about 6 years because we couldn't compete in middle school because we have I think Coquitlam uses in a few private schools, but that's it.
That's about it,
right?
Yeah.
Whereas if we set, so the ages now for this year is, I think, May 1st, 2004. After that, that's middle school. Well, all of a sudden, thousands of kids became eligible, and all of a sudden we go from 1 or 2 to 30 teams in one season. Well, okay, that kind of explains that, right? So we're hoping to add more middle school teams next year. It's an amazing development for the kids. It's they all think they can beat the high schoolers. They can't quite, but they.
Yeah, of course.
That's why, but that's also why they're in here fighting, because the experience they get by getting to play the older kids. It's like getting a scrimmage against an older kid in hockey, and not
absolutely.
And the nice thing is this full contact hurts the robot, but not you. So the grade 9s can play the grade 12s in this sport and not worrying about an injury, right? So.
The higher level you play against, the better you can become, right? Absolutely.
Yeah. And in a perfect world, your opponent's always just slightly better at you if you're trying to train, and if you're trying to win, you're slightly better than them.
Exactly.
Right. No, it's a good game. It's a good system. We're developing lots of kids that go into engineering, and obviously engineering. It's science. But we have kids go to business school. The quote from one of those kids is, "So, what business won't be affected by robotics over the next 20 years? We know they all will be."
Absolutely.
Kids into medicine, again, medicine's being affected by that, right? Obviously, a lot of the trades, like some of the electrical trades and things like that. But there's a fair number of machinists that most people may not be aware of. We're used to maybe my generation more a machinist, but there's lots of now things they called CNC machinists that are running robots that run the machines.
Yeah.
That's a really high-level trade in that sense, and we have one of our foreign students is at BCIT training for that right now.
Awesome.
And they're the ones that are going to make, the next SpaceX ship or whatever they're going to do, right? So that's kind of what's going on here, and it's why we're willing to invest in the kids here. I mean, this entire event. Oh, there we go. Match 3.
Here goes autonomous. Oh, he tipped over right
away.
away.
Oh, no. Zed tipped over and drove onto a cube. Now,
the teammate could help bump him off that, couldn't they?
Oh, it's even got worse.
Oh, that's not good.
And see, so now you understand the danger of an autonomous where it didn't quite properly intake.
Yeah.
And what happened is that left to a cube in the front, and it drove in and lifted itself up because we don't have
Right.
an extra sensor level there. Now, given enough time, I'll bet you if you gave them in a tournament, they will have
They'll
a
figure
sensor
that
that
out.
will shut it off. Like there's a gyro you could have in there that will simply
Now here comes a teammate over to try to get
Try
him
to
back
get
up.
him.
Yeah, he needs to, or they're in big trouble. Let's see if he can get it up.
So he's tried to hook in there. The problem
And
is,
the cube is stuck underneath, isn't it?
yeah, and now he's going to get tangled in if he's not careful.
Oh no! Oh, what a
Yeah.
disaster!
So, oh man, after such a good, but that's welcome to motorsport, we'll call it. Here goes I think that's a 10 if I'm counting right. That's a 10.
and
Right.
they had the 7 up there that they got
Now-
in autonomous. Now, how come those aren't stacked in their corner?
So, well, there's your test question for today, Paul.
Yeah,
Because now if you go pick that up and some of them fall out, it's your fault.
really.
So it's another way to hoard because they know that one
so they
robot's
know they
down.
don't. Yeah, okay.
They're just going to, and in some ways it's a bit respectful and not disrespectful, respectful. They're saying, hey, if you can get over here and score these, you can have them.
okay.
Rather than just leave them in the
Rather than
robot.
just- okay.
So,
Well,
so
that's
they
fair
understand that they've got a big jump on them.
Right.
And they say, hey, you want to knock this over and pick it up, you can. You might lose a few, but yeah, we stacked them and we're proving we got these.
That's
right?
interesting. I hadn't seen that happen yet, where they stacked.
No,
them outside
and
like
it's
that.
it's simply because the other team has
Yeah,
tipped over and
fair
they-
enough.
and that was over in autonomous, right?
Yeah, that was yeah.
And they just can't buy a break
oh
right
no!
now.
And they just dumped it. Oh, how
They-
unfortunate! oh no!
Yeah, no, they did that on purpose. They're
Oh, they
saying,
did,
okay,
eh?
that's it. At least we'll knock them
Let's
and
knock
spread them
something
around,
over.
right? Yeah, exactly. They're now to the point. Okay, yeah, you got us, darn it, right? So, I mean, best of 3, a win, 1 win, 2 losses, and a tie. It's very respectable, well fought.
And our number 1 seed made it all the way through and took down the Empire Championship. That's 10-10 from West Vancouver and 7K from Airdrie, Alberta, who are our Empire Tournament champions.
Yeah, and we'll see. Don't know if they had as long a playoff run on the other side. We'll shortly see a best of 3 of the Empire versus.
Yeah, and this gym is now
that-
absolutely overflowing, so I'm guessing the other gym is finished.
Yep. So we should see them down here pretty quick. I'm curious. I don't actually know who made it through. I've on purpose not watched. I want to be a surprise for me.
Absolutely.
A lot of great teams over there too.
Maybe there's Duncan. Maybe he
Oh,
can give
here's
us a heads
Duncan.
up. Maybe
He's
Duncan can give us a heads up.
Rebel scum. You don't even know what that means, do you? Yeah, no, you just heard that one. Hey, Duncan. He's not hearing us.
Duncan. Duncan.
We're
I'm going to give him the headset.
here. Give him the headset.
All right, we're going to get Duncan up here from another gym, and he's going to give a live report. Oh,
Oh, maybe Deruvin's going to do it. You got to
Okay.
listen to that.
Yes.
Can you listen to that?
yes.
So yeah, the finals match in the end went down pretty hard there, 46-1. Hey, this is Duncan McDonald. He's now here with me, and we're going to hear what happened in the other gym.
Well, we got a giant killer coming from upstairs. They knocked off the number 1 alliance in 2 matches to finish it off. So
This should be awesome. We had to have a best of 3 with the 4th match because we had a tie. 56-56. Can you believe
it's
that,
hard to
Duncan?
believe that's possible.
Yeah, it's the only one I've seen that high today, right? So in which alliance did you say it was made it through?
I want to call it 2. That would make a lot of sense.
Okay, yeah.
Which is the gym down here. Yes, we're still counting scores, and our resetters are doing a great job resetting the entire field. How many items?
Would you got to check on that, please? So I think I mentioned earlier, I understand our field sledders, they were the kids running around setting this whole thing up. I understand it's 84 matches times 66 cubes, which is 5,400 and something, times 2 entire gyms. So they only set up 11,000 cubes.
You want to know something ridiculous?
What?
After our whole side, 2 of my field trees have said, we're not done yet. And they're those 2 standing in the blue squares over there.
Wow. as us more old people.
I took.
Holy
I mean,
crow.
unfortunately for the people at home, they don't get anything here. But I took a photo. The blonde one has been collecting every scrap part that has fallen off the robot, and for your benefit.
I think if you are sitting in the bleachers, please squeeze in. If you have space in the middle, there's a lot of people standing in the back. Squeeze into
You know, if we put a robot brain and a couple motors with that, I think we got a robot. Oh, there it is. Phil's Terry, and it's just a battle debris.
About 15 nuts, 4 wheel collars, some
Wait a
chain
minute.
links.
How did some of that? Oh boy, I'm not quite sure how some of that stuff got in there. It shouldn't be falling off a robot.
We're going to have the finals. We're also live telecasting all of this on our website.
It's
SportsCanada.TV. The entire thing is currently being live telecasted, and the people over there who are using the microphone explain.
so they're even saying, "Hey, announcing we're SportsCanada.TV."
Yep. So I got my team numbers finally from upstairs.
Okay,
we
who is
have
it?
9181Z
And
and
1010V.
1010V.
That
And
was my guess. Okay.
Yeah. They're a very balanced alliance. They're, they can basically run an interchangeable strategy.
Okay, that'll be cool. These guys played a few very interesting strategies. One is one of them could do a 7-cube autonomous.
Oh, that's bigger than anything I'm bringing from upstairs.
Yeah, but then that's a bit of a disadvantage sometimes.
You got to go pick it up again when you
gotta
knock
go
it
pick
over.
Yeah, so it's we're gonna see. It's
Yeah, the Rebel Alliance, the one is just a pushbot auto. Like they both run the same auto, so they're not a perfect match. But
right. Okay, I
I
see
mean-
what you're saying. Yep.
but against the number 1 alliance, they won auto both times. So you can't fault consistency.
We've seen a few where that 7 doesn't win and they suddenly lose. So the
Yeah.
first tie they lost because the 7 tipped over
Oh no.
and not a single one stayed in. So which meant the other with their one push bot won.
Yeah, and it's consistency matters. I mean, it's great what your best score is. It's about what you scored when it matters.
Yeah, no, very, very true. And we even, so the last match where Blue finally lost, though, during the autonomous, tipped over.
Oh,
And that was the end of the match. So that's why you see, if you look up at the screen there, 46-1.
that makes a lot of. I mean, when you're down one robot, like if you send a defender or you do any, like it can be 1 versus 0 just as easy as it can be 2 versus 1.
Yeah, and then, of course, Blue tried to make a big stack to try to make up for that, and you know what happened to that stack, of course. Down it went, right? Yeah, it was a tough break, but the other 3 matches were pretty amazing, right? Like, so at some point just behind the guy talking the mic there, you can probably see there's an awful lot of trophies. We do stuff like, obviously there's tournament champions and finalists and that, but you'll also see that there's something like Amaze and Build and Create and Design and Inspire and
I think
Think.
Think is my underrated award. That's the programming one.
Yeah, I did. That's the one that isn't immediately obvious what
Yeah.
it is, but the Think Award is...
No, and it's nice to have these custom ones too. I mean, they're special this time.
I think we're looking for your teams.
Oh boy, you think I would have brought them with me, wouldn't you?
Yeah, well, you think...
Actually, there's the operator. Here it comes now. So I got
There we
half my
go.
alliances.
Keys for the cabinets so they can start putting stuff away.
Are you guys touching these? Perfect. Touching these here.
Here we go. We're starting to load some of the teams in.
They are changing code. So what we're going to have is, looks like from a color standpoint, 9181Z and 1010V, who are the rebels, are going to be on the red side.
Yeah. So what they're saying there is the alliance that you guys haven't had the benefit of watching it all today will be in red, and that's from the rebel side.
So you'll notice they're lining their robots up.
Yeah.
The first 15 seconds is autonomous. For the people who are new, just want to let you know about that part. So that means that they have pre-written their code. The configuration
So they'll get a few more minutes to set in and stuff. That was a very weird overlay for a second. That was kind of funny. So there we are. We have, well, the only thing I'm willing to say is a 10-ton team will win.
A brave man right there.
Yeah. So, everyone who can see the overlay right now would laugh because, of course, number one seed is 9181 Zulu with Siakwam Seahawks aligned with 1010V, which is 1010 Robotics. And the number two seed is 7K aligned with 1010 November from 1010 Robotics.
I'll put you on the spot. Do you know what grades each team is from?
Which
grade each team is from?
I could probably name, can't name all the kids, but let's see. On Siakwam, we have two grade 12s, and I think a grade 11. 1010V, actually, that's the surprising thing.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at.
1010V is grade 10s, folks. Remember that middle school thing? 1010V is grade 10 students. Talk about punching above your weight. There you go.
Actually, the 1010V kid, to show what punching above their weight, the 1010V kids are talking to the 1010N kids that, is it Nen or Zed? It's hard to tell when they're tipped over.
Yeah, Zed.
Zed, okay. They're talking to them and they're trying to get a scouting report.
Yeah, okay. So that's the strategy going on there. Yeah, remember I said earlier in the broadcast that scouting matters? Yes, scouting really matters.
When you were playing within your division, you could scout because you watched or played against them all day, and this is two teams going at each other blind.
Yeah. So they're going to try to figure out, we may see some interesting stuff happen with tactics here. Then coming down this side, let's see, we have both 7K are grade 12s. And of the three drive team here, we've got one grade 12 and two grade 11s in 1010N. So, not all grade 12s, mainly.
I mean, you'd have to call the underdog red, wouldn't you? I mean,
yeah, I think so. Actually, you're Empire. I'm Empire. You're Rebellion. Of course, the Rebel scum are the underdog.
It works that way.
Yeah, it works that way. But if you don't win, we're going to wreck a whole franchise, right? We got to be careful here. I would say just partially is there's a fair bit of experience sitting across on the blue side. 1010V has never been to a world championship. Not that's a difference maker. 9181 Zulu has.
All right.
So their alliance partner has. On this side, all those students, all five of them here on the drive team have been. So
that's huge. I mean,
that is
describe
a
world
pressure
championship,
thing.
Right? We got 100 teams between two divisions. If you're at a world championship, it's
600 teams between 4 or 5. Yeah.
So each division is the size of our full event.
Yeah, and when you're playing in the finals, you're playing on a live web broadcast like this one, but you're also playing in front of 10,000 people live in the stands.
Yeah, that's pretty. Well, not to mention the laser show.
Yeah, I mean it's if you happen to be around it. Last year was in Louisville. This year it also happened to be Louisville.
It's worth a Google.
It's worth a Google to go and have a look and see what the Vex Robotics World Championships look like. And they do that all the way from the. They have two different championships and stuff. One for more the elementary, middle school, though, what are called Vex IQ, which are sort of a more plastic-based robot. You don't need as many hacksaws and screwdrivers.
Yeah. You know, all the safe tools.
So we're getting ready to run this.
We have 1010N and 7K working hard all day to get here.
So the announcer right now is one of our judges, which may seem weird, but that's or one of our referees. Joshua White was one of the first people graduated from 1010 Robotics. He's now at
a third-year UBC student.
Yeah, third-year UBC student. And
engineering physics, if I'm not mistaken. All right.
Okay,
this is what 1010V does, but that's not what 9181 does.
91. I think the Empire cheated and used the Force.
Well, and how about some luck in robots, right? Your last two matches, your opponent's tipped over. It'll be interesting to see if they can get up because all they're really down is 4 points, right?
Yep.
And you'll see on a lot of these robots, they've got anti-tip bars and little tricks to try and keep them upright. And sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, it's and especially when it's deploying like that, because you
can see it there. It's lying on the ground underneath that robot. Oh, now it's a fair fight. If V can split the gap, then they're not at a disadvantage because they've got those strafing macadam wheels. So
yeah. Oh, and they finally got deployed properly. This is an
7K is probably ahead just based on having more stacks, but if the tower multiplier comes into play, then they could be eked out the other way.
Definitely. So now it's going to be an interesting what they're going to try to do as a tactic. That's where it's going to get interesting. Now, I noticed they're trying to clear the cubes out from under the other team. No, I thought they might be going for, hey, let's see if we can.
Well, it's a little bit easier to drive your robot close to you too, right? Because
Yeah.
you're not staring through anything, and you're staring down on it as opposed to across the field at it.
So we now see blue's gone. They switched to purple. So
That's
part of the tactics.
And 1010V's counter is to put 2 purples up now. I can't quite see that far tower through the crowd, but if 1010V can balance up the purple, everything 7K is doing with the towers doesn't matter.
Right now.
You can't do that. Okay, tower wasn't planted, so you can.
Yeah,
Heads up play, right?
It's heads up and it's high risk, but they were willing to take it. It's that close, right?
Yeah.
So if you get the
every
tower
hooking
set,
penalty.
yeah, exactly. It's funny I actually mentioned that earlier. Okay, what they did there is they literally waited and hit them just before they released. And that's a legit.
And once the tower's freestanding, it's protected. A nanosecond before that, it's not.
Yeah, so that was a pretty risky move because the DQ at this level.
Credit to 7K, right? Heads up.
Yeah, nice quick drive in there.
And I can almost get a view of the tower. That might have swung the purple advantage if.
No, it was right on the cusp. So
if they didn't do it, they might have lost. Like we can score it from home, right?
Yeah.
They had 3 purple. They ended up scoring 1. Was it 2 or 3 purple towers? I can't quite see through the crowd.
It's you know what?
Yeah,
it's so close.
We'll sit back and wait for someone else to do the math.
Yeah, I think we're going to do that. Oh, what did we miss? Yeah, no, I got it. Yeah. There we go. We're going to get the field setters to dive in. Hey, Choi, can you do me a favor and film the field setters for a second? I just need people to see this mob of kids that goes in.
Yeah.
Can you just turn that on for a sec? Can you just click on that? There you go.
There you go. The real heroes.
I don't know if you get the real heroes to this. At home, you can clap for them. I'll tell them you guys thought it was awesome. That mob of kids has been running around all day. And like I say, before we started playoffs, between the collective group of them, had done 11,000 of those cubes in the exact right place so the robots could pick them up.
Well, when we fell behind upstairs, I started doing it.
Holy
smokes. I'm the heaviest field resetter by about a factor of 4.
Yeah, exactly, right. You notice it's one of those things that quick mobile kids are really awesome at doing. And they seem to have a ton of fun with it.
Yeah.
The other advantage for them is they get to be down close to robots. We let them sit right in front of the fields.
Yeah, best seats in the house.
Literally get the best seats in the house. And we do feed them in lunch. So they seem to really like that, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's a chance for them to see some of those kids are involved in the robotics programs we have here. And of course.
They fiend on it, right?
This is just a chance for them to be around the robots one more time.
It'll be great to see some of these kids on the senior teams, right?
I've already got a couple of the kids in the grade 10 and 11 teams. Yeah, they've actually done field setting for us before. So at one point there were the kids scrambling fields, and I'm not quite sure if some of the guys on V were. I think one of them was, but I'd actually have to ask them. My memory's not that good.
So I came late. Did we go over how the field is actually biased towards the 2 alliances yet? Since we're talking about field reset for 2 minutes?
No, we didn't actually.
Well, okay, my turn.
Yeah.
It's loosely done by color scheme, but the green is biased towards the blue alliance, and the orange is biased towards the red in that there's more near you to start the match. So that is your place you have strength. Then the purple is the 3rd color, and the advantage there is given to whichever alliance wins autonomous, and if it's a tie, we split it.
Yeah, so that's often why you see the teams like blue will have a stack of green and maybe red will have a stack of orange, right? Now, one of the interesting tactics you can try, you can say, no, I'm ignoring that, and I'm going to grab theirs to disadvantage them.
Yep, and if they stuck a green one in the tower early, you can sneak it up on them.
Yeah, and so
the other thing is they start pre-stacked. When you tip it over, the bottom one stays closer to you, so you can actually run that counter strategy play because the orange ones on top of the stack will scatter across, but the greens that are closer to the ground, you pick them up, and then you have. But to continue the strategy, you have to chase the greens that are on the other side of the field, and that's where you get defended.
And that's part of where you see the robots suddenly seem to be switching sides.
Yes.
And it's because they go, no, I need those ones over there.
Yep. They sort of pick up a row of 4, and then they sort of come through the middle and angle to the center because that's where the mess is, and they can clean that up real quick.
Yeah. We had one of our finals matches. We had like 4 cubes left. It was to the point that it was interesting stuff, right?
Those are the worst ones to reset.
Yeah, particularly
that's the thing, as the robots get better. There's more and more cleanup.
Yeah, when we start off early season, kids doing skills run, there might be a cube or two missed. The field setters don't mind those matches so much. These finals matches basically mean set all 66 up.
All right. So key for red is don't fall over.
Yep.
Key for blue is get 3 big stacks and win towers, right?
Yeah. There is another thing you can try to do. You can try to go to 7 or 8 real quick and then hoard.
Oh, okay. Just hold.
Yeah, hold. I mean, because the robots are capable of holding more between 8 and 10.
Yeah, I mean, So for people at home.
So what this is nobody died. Nobody worry about that. That's Keon, and he has to be away today in the States writing his SAT scores, so all the kids decided to bring him to the tournament. So now,
does that count as a 4th member in the drive station?
Hey, maybe we should call him on that, right?
All right, here we go. Everyone's standing.
Oh, we got a better start.
There's the 10-10V auto. That's all it's going to do because they run a 4 on the other side, but this is a better auto. See? There's 6.
Oh, for both sides too, but there's 4 in this corner. I think it went to red because I don't think blue.
Yeah.
Yeah, it did.
That's what they were doing up. It's funny.
1 cube.
It's amazing that a 1 cube auto can be balanced by that 6, right?
Yeah.
Like this is a pretty competitive event. See, look, they got the 2 greens. So everyone wants orange is what we're seeing.
Yeah, that's what we're seeing right now. Everyone's decided to. Hey, let's play orange today.
And the counter from red is they are getting purple and green, having that purple advantage now.
Yeah. So we'll see how this is.
Ooh. Some defense.
So 7K's already got an 8 tower up. So putting an 8 tower up quick. Who knows what they're going for? Oh, here comes a huge tower.
So this is we got some defense here. Now another thing 10-10V could do is just stop there, and if the Blue Alliance can't score in that corner, that's what they're going to. Nope.
So that is 11.
They're hoarding and blocking the zone, and no point guarding an empty robot.
Oh, so here we go.
Ooh, that was quick.
Oh, that was quick.
That was quick.
Wow, well played by 7K there. That was crazy, and their partner tried to sweep them real quick, and it just missed. Oh, man, 7K's missed 2 after all that great play.
That 7K keeps putting purple up, but I don't think they have the advantage in purple.
Yeah, it's. I wonder if they were wise enough at the last second to go, oh, don't do that. Oh, and we just had a D score.
That's a completely legal thing to do. You can D-score all you want on these towers. Only the Alliance towers are protected. Those are the ones in the front of the field.
Over top again.
Blue's trying to put orange in.
Here we go, a little bit of a tussle.
What's red tripping on over
there?
It's scary to see that 1 cube bounce. They don't go in a straight line if they're going towards your tower.
Wow, that was an amazing game.
Look how tall that 1 red stack is.
Well, not that I would want to say anything, but I kind of hope Red won because then we're going to need a third match.
Absolutely.
Should I say that?
Well,
I guess I did just say it out really loud.
We got robbed, though, right? We didn't get a first match at full strength.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't.
Yeah. And what you may not know is at one point during the years, the team 9181 Zulu and 7K were alliance partners.
Okay.
And 7K failed to deploy. And
like
9181Z won the match anyhow by 1 point.
I remember this now.
Yeah. And
that's why you defend the one remaining robot and make it a 1v0 instead of a 2v1, right?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Hey,
well, we said we wanted one more match. We still have a potential for two.
Two more matches. There we go. So, by the way, to give you the idea, 54-54. Wow.
And they give you the breakdown by cube if you squint. So red had the advantage by purple by 1 and green by 4. And the orange went towards blue by 7.
And even towers, yeah. So it all works out.
every cube that that 7K alliance could put, every time you put an orange one up there, they would swing +7. Which seems pretty big when you need one.
So, yep, there we go. So if blue wins this next one, it's a win. If red wins, we need one more.
There we go. Save the cleanup time just that little bit longer.
Well, today's cleanup time did get a little bit longer, but I'm willing to watch that. That was pretty crazy. And that's so the hard part about this game is the lifetime strategy stuff. All while dealing with a robot that's not perfect.
Yeah,
with things bouncing and rolling away.
And the strategy changes as the game progresses, right? Like you can start the match and be up on green, and one tower sneaks up on you, and they do sneak up on you because if you're a driver, you're looking at your robot.
Yeah. If you actually noticed, I saw something really interesting there in 9181 Zulu and Tendent V actually switched So what they did is they switched driving coaches.
Really?
The one from 9181Z was actually helping 10V as much as they were helping themselves to try to coordinate the two robots even better. And that's completely allowed in the rules.
Yep.
But what they're trying to do is...
And we were talking about how 1010V hasn't been to World Championships.
Yeah, and so that was...
I'll take the steady hand in my... or the steady voice in my ear, right?
Yeah, and so that's what was going on and helping those... younger students perform a little better, and that's a bit of what I talk about here when I say that, you're the other school, you're the other team or whatever. No. Now we're going to try to go win. It matters for this time, and right.
I'm struggling to draw what the right comparable is, right? I mean, it's pickup hockey.
Yeah, it's like pickup hockey where you're all
everyone throw your stick in, and
I
need you to be good today.
Yeah, and but it's all about. If you went and talked to 9181 Zulu guys, I mean, they'll tell you when they were early on, teams like Gladstone and 10 Ton were helpful to them.
Oh, and
right?
We had some Gladstone dynasties then.
Yeah, no, exactly, right?
You can learn a lot from people who go the distance.
Yeah, and but again, it's they all understand one day they're going to be engineers, and they might be a little happy or sad this moment, but the reality is this is just part of a journey.
Yep.
And
the beauty of this is there's going to be another competition in January.
Yep.
There's going to be a BC Provincials. We're going to ramp up the intensity.
Yep.
And then for, what is it, a select 6, 8?
I think it's 8 this year.
All right.
8 or 9.
Select 8, they're going to ramp it up another 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, and go to the World Championship. So, and some of the teams playing in front of you today, I guarantee will be there.
Absolutely.
Right, for sure. I guarantee 2 of those 4. There's no way. In fact, I'm willing to bet at least 3. I don't know what I'm betting.
And what is it? Why don't you help the people? What's the breakdown? Right? Is it tournament finalist and that, or are we going down the skills ladder?
It's quite complex at provincials. Yeah. In other words, it's
you can win or you can have a
really good skill score. So even in the provincial skill scores, we talked about earlier with Paul here that you want. Oh, here we go. We're going to fire here. We're going to let you guys watch this, and we'll talk you through a little bit.
The smart people look at the monitor.
Yeah.
right. Everything deployed right. Nope, nope. Blue still has to pop up.
I don't know if that matters.
No, the 7K robot's got a better route than that. Oh, there you go. Simplicity wins it again.
Simplicity. It's going to go to blue.
No, no.
No, red. Sorry,
yeah.
red. I'm looking across the
Yeah,
screen
yeah.
and picking the wrong one up there. Here we go.
So they leave the 6 stack standing, and they're just going to go try and maximize it on the other side by the looks of it.
Yeah, I think that's what they're going for. I don't think they're going to knock that down. I see a lot of orange ones being picked up.
Yeah,
I see a lot. I think they're going for orange this time.
yeah.
Look at that.
If you're red right now, you're watching what blue's trying to catch up to you on.
Yeah.
There you go. Ooh, careful. That's dangerous. That's a protected zone.
Yeah, you got to be careful running into them in there.
And watch this. They're going to clean up that little bit of orange, and then they're going to stack on top of it.
Yeah, here they
Because
go.
you can make a mess of your scoring zone and be your own worst enemy.
Yeah.
Look at this. Look at this defense. 10-10V is blocking 7K from getting to the tower and cleaning up that area. So as long as there's a mess in that corner, it's worth almost no points because you can't build a stack without a steady base. See, look, and they're just willing to be beaten up like that. And I'm betting we're going to see 9181Z put some orange ones in towers because that's where their advantage is.
Wow, now we're going to, but we have 2 at the other end. So blue has 2 towers. Oh, what happened there?
There's a bit of incidental, but there we go. Everyone's up again. Oh, see, now one robot's defending while the other one is sneaking in behind to try and clean it up because if they can't score in that, they're going to have a real tough time just matching the raw cube number before we even talk about tower multipliers. 7 seconds left.
I don't know.
Oh boy, good D. The refs will have to tell us if it's clear.
Yeah, so right at the end there.
I was focused on the blue scoring zone. Was it the blue robot that put the purple in the tower?
Yeah, it was. Yes.
Okay.
That's the short answer. Yes.
Yeah, it's more important that the refs can see it than I can see.
Yeah, so we'll let them.
I'll let them do the proper count. I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 purple for red.
At 6 points is going to be
so
telling.
That means in order for blue to have benefited from that tower, they need to have at least put 7 in. Except
you know what? The problem is we can't see this final corner whether they count.
Yeah.
So the referees are down there looking. It's whether it's
that's huge.
And there happens to be a purple one on the bottom of that tower.
Yep.
So whether or not that's touching is the difference maker almost.
We need the facial reaction of the 2 hands to the cheeks. It's Home Alone style.
The
suspense.
Gotta be very careful.
You see, actually, you can watch it right now. That's the difference between the grade 12s and the grade 10s.
Yeah.
The grade 10s are waiting for the score. The grade 12s are counting.
That is the truth. That's funny, right? I think blue got it. It's just I'm getting that impression.
That's the body language I'm picking
yeah.
up on too.
But not by much. It's. I think we got it. It's so close. Holy crow!
Oh, don't forget the autonomous winner points for 4.
Yeah, no, it's.
There's 3 refs looking at this nearest tower. It's either really scored or really almost scored.
Yeah, so it's a. And they're just. I mean, they're not trying to keep us in suspense. They're trying to make this as clear as possible, and so they're close.
Well, and two cubes were pushed off the top of that tower, and there's a determination: was the tower vertical, or was it still on the go?
Yeah, so that becomes the interesting part.
Here's the final score.
Here we go.
We have 33 for blue and 38 for red.
There we go. We got a fourth.
We're doing one more match.
So that's the all-important view. So matched on orange, 10-10. What is it? Green.
It says
green.
red.
Yeah. So at the bottom of the display. So.
Actually, what I'm looking at right now, it says red wins the tournament. I thought there was one more.
No, there is. The software doesn't like threes.
Oh.
It doesn't like the best of three.
Oh, okay. So we're still going to see one more.
Yes.
That confused me.
Well,
you've seen the software today. I haven't. Yeah.
I can tell you, the software does not like 100 teams in 2 divisions. You're supposed to have 40 teams.
Oh, sorry, man. Yeah, we'll try to keep these events smaller here in BC.
You got any more gymnasiums?
Yeah, no. Anyone out there knows a bigger gymnasium we can use? Yeah.
A robnasium.
Yeah, I want a robonasium. I want our. We're in the year 2020, just about by a few days, and not that we shouldn't have great competitions in other sports. I mean, I played a lot of sports growing up, but if you come see one of these wherever you are, go to robotevents.com and you can have a look, and they're almost always free. Heck, there's one down at Google this in February. Okay, but yep.
So we can see it. The scoring splits were tied on purple and orange. Green was one towards blue, but red won auto. So if that's not complex enough.
Yeah, and so the kids knew that was that close, right? Yeah. So there's. So I just actually watched something funny. One of the captains, 9181 Zulu, he's standing there looking at the field, and then he signaled to the 1010 and hey, I got one of your parts from your robot here from the field. Right, so yeah, there's a real.
That's why you write your name on everything.
It was actually just one of the flaps of the intake, but
actually,
I do
look at me. I'm the big winner. I found a phone today.
Oh, well, there you go.
There we go. It's finally been reported lost. We can solve that now.
There we go. So yeah, it's turned out to be a little longer than we thought, but this was.
I'm not complaining.
Yeah, no, it's been amazing. Yeah, and Duncan and I are actually going to be here cleaning up after. So
about that, Todd, I forgot to tell you, I got somewhere to be.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, man. But it's really neat to see the kids working so hard. The results they're getting.
No, and this is high level competition, right?
Yeah.
Like the game itself will have to evolve in order for these robots to not be competitive on the world stage.
Yeah, and we still got 2 months to keep driving at this, so it's.
And you see it, right? The high stacks are getting up almost to 11, which is a bit of a magic number if you stare at the scoring long enough. But we're getting up 9s. I think there was a 10 in that first match.
Yep. And have been 11 scored today. Not in the playoffs here, but.
You got to be left alone to put an 11 up, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
there's not much of that going on right now.
It's one thing to do it undefended. It's another thing when there's side loads coming on and you're trying not to tip over with all that weight up high.
Yeah. So I suspect that'll be the next thing that they'll work on. Some of that is that side-to-side stability with the trays and stuff. Yeah. So you may see some new innovations around that. And
I'm still got my fingers crossed for a robot that delivers 2 stacks at the same time.
Yeah, I'd love. Can you imagine? Oh no.
Like horde.
Score or die.
Just. Well, it'd be great. You'd have to put cubes in the tower, anticipating that this double stack would go.
Yeah.
Here we go. No.
Wow, that's a lot of snapping.
Some high-speed origami.
Yeah, it's crazy stuff.
Oh. Uh-oh. So this one's going to go blue. So that's different than the last 2 matches we've watched.
So now I can expect they will probably pull those out.
They got it. It's too short. Like, there's no way to. Look at the 10-10V just come sweep through the other side.
Yeah,
they've cleared out a quadrant. And any of these robots can do that if they're left alone like
is
that.
already at 10 or something.
See, look, I think they're being instructed to stop. See, look, they're just guarding if they're going to let their partner put up 2 tall stacks in the protected zone. They've got like
and then look,
look on the other side. They've got an 8 in their unprotected one. So if they can leave the 9181 robot to put up 2 towers in a protected zone, it's easier than. Oh,
that may have been the tournament for them.
That's going to do it. Well, actually, don't jinx it. It can happen on the other side too. Slowly. There you go.
So yeah, this now just became a star.
Remember, and now look, they're trading off. So the 10-10V filled up and blocked the corner, and now that 9181's empty, they're blocking the corner.
Yeah,
that's some high-level strategy.
Yeah, that's exactly what they did. Look at that.
So the switch is everything because you filled 2 hoppers worth of game pieces. There you go. And now
game over.
They're going to park both robots. So there's not a chance in hell you're scoring.
Well, in fact, I think that there's no more cubes to score.
Well, don't get a DQ, guys. Stay clear. There you go. No towers. That's all red cares about. No towers. There you go. Now those are some reactions. Can we get the red reactions? There we go.
So just to recap that, the brilliance in that was they sent 1 on defense, scored, that was loaded, and then they just did what you said.
They
switched.
exploited the fact that they lost autonomous when you think about it, right? Because they lost auto on that 3 or 4 stack on the near side to us. And then what they did is they filled up and then they parked in front of that 3 stack so that it couldn't be knocked down and replaced with something more substantial like an 8 or a 9.
Absolutely amazing result there. Very neat tactic. I suspect we're going to see that used maybe somewhere else in the world.
Don't tell the world.
Don't tell the world. That was a pretty cool tactic.
If you're watching, you're in on the secret.
Yeah, if you're watching, that was a pretty slick tactic. I've seen hints at that before, but that was
beautiful.
That was absolutely beautiful. But congratulations to all 4 teams. That was so hard fought. I mean, it took us to, we had 4 matches for a 3-game playoff.
Not bad.
Pretty amazing. And by the way, to finish the Empire, we had the same thing.
Yeah, fair enough.
So it's pretty well done.
I'll see you in the next trilogy.
Yeah, exactly. I think I may have to go to some other duties here.
All
right.
Paul.
See, it's not as big, but 38-24. It was still close.
The important thing is the cube differential on the bottom, right?
Yep.
Red was +3 on orange, +6 on green, +5 on purple. Like, there's no way that towers could swing it against them.
Yep. So well done. So, hey, Paul, can I hand over to you here? I'm going to run down there and do some of that stuff. So.
Yeah.
Who's talking?
I'll come down. Thank you. Thank you. My legs even work.
Okay, we're going to move on to our award of the night. Joy, should I wrap up? All right, everybody, thank you so much for joining us today on SportsCanada.TV for our presentation of our Return of the Robots Robotics Championship Tournament live from West Vancouver Secondary School. Huge thanks to Choyle Brown and SportsCanada.TV for making this presentation happen. Please remember that you can watch this on archive. It will be archived on SportsCanada.TV and it will be archived on YouTube. Any of you robotics fans out there or anybody that took part in the tournament, you can watch it archived on SportsCanada.TV or on YouTube. Thank you once again for joining us. I hope you enjoyed the robotics action. This is Paul Eberhardt signing off from the West Van Secondary School Academy's Robotics. Thank you.